show for 10 weeks. We have an obligation in balance. Because I don't do anything to you two. What you do is to invite me to. I offered you opportunity. And up there on the side, looking back, you're going to push over. Yeah, that's it's not abusive. It's not like I refuse to appreciate that because I do that for my cause.
Now, as a resident of Santa Monica, I want to give everyone in Santa Monica the ability to achieve higher education.
You never call me. You always been different. What are you always married? I don't understand. I think you hate me. I feel so much. My wife, I'm talking about my wife. Look at you. I'm one of the best comics. You're the worst stressed person. You compare. I can't even look at you. I get depressed. What are you going to do? You just.
As you know, we have an election coming up, and the incumbent, J. Reamer Snyder, entered the office of mayor with great aspirations. He failed to deliver for the people of Santa Monica.
That's the guy who said that on your show. It's telling me. That was my 20s. Would you like tapping in? Would you tap in? Excuse me, could you just tap on the shoulder? I want your attention for a second. Maybe this guy wants to tap. He wants to be tapped. And if you tap him, trying to tap him, and I'll get him tap him. He does. I do not like being tapped. I like being tapped. So you could you please make my hands large to be quiet. Hey, talking. Stop. You're talking. You can talk. Where'd you get that education? Substitute teacher, designer, where else? Just stop. You mid-level celebrities. You think you're so smart. Oh, yeah, man. Just stop. They won't shut up.
And sacred are the cornerstones of a great democracy. They are the foundation of the house where the American dream lives. I want to work for you. I need your vote. Thank
Larry, hey, so. He's soon to be young Larry. Young Larry, yeah. I am so excited for the day. Tomorrow, yeah. I got you. Taking care of it. No, but like one person's mind. How incredible is that? It's a question to see somebody in a hat that says St. Petersburg, Florida. Do you want to go there? As artists, but we have an obligation. Let me tell you something. Non-pros, there's nothing they love more than when actors tell them what they think. Well, it's really great running into you. Yeah, good to see you. All right. If there's anything I can tell you about myself, feel free to ask. I'm an open book. All right, okay. Don't be bad, but then after 10 pages, you'll put it down, okay? All right. Hey, you straight your pin button. Yeah, I'll pick it up later. I thought we did. Hey, what the hell was that? Behavior? Sorry, I was just trying to get in touch with you. The guy sitting 2 rows in front of me. Who is she? She's just the worst. Oh, not the stress. She's a city council woman. Very powerful. The most hideous, disagreeable person. Oh, she's just awful. Oh. That's what the daughter is. Lovely. She's ugly. Mingle. Maybe it'd be nice for her. By the way, good job. Thank you. This speech was terrific. Thank you, Dad. Yeah. Thanks.
You're not living with him under no circumstances. Are you living with him?
Yeah, that's what you think.
It's a 75-year-old uncle.
I do.
My kid should be normal.
Perfectly normal. Perfectly normal.
My mother thinks he's mental.
Really?
Yes. She told me.
Why are you telling me?
Yeah, you're not living with Mo. Just try to let him talk.
Why don't y'all just mind your own goddamn business?
It's my business.
Why don't we get some other opinions? Hey, Marcia, do you think it's a...
I've seen the apartment, and it's really nice. And I'm sure I'll be spending a lot of time there. So you can see why. This is a tough one.
I've had enough.
Look at the mess you made. No, you.
Hey, want to tell you about the dancing?
Yeah, you were right. Yeah.
Free on the fly. Next time.
What's that?
Pleasure.
Oh, yeah.
On screen, off screen is the best.
Listen, I want to talk to you.
Alright guys, so this
Well, some people aren't going to read through the shoes. Once you start your research, I'll fix it.
I trust you. All right, fellas, let's go. The script was great, man.
Oh, good. There we go. Any ideas?
Oh!
Hey, can you talk to her for a second?
That's a lower one. So much hair. Yeah. What's up? Something's really good. Really? Yeah. I mean, I've been really difficult times. I had a job Skype full of bugs. You see what you're dealing with here? I mean, lackluster sort of. What's wrong? I feel these months, they're not true. I've been spending a lot of time as Larry. And I feel like I know more intimately than anybody. See, I just think coffee was a really important thing for you. It wasn't important at all. Except
Please,
okay. It wasn't important at all, Larry.
I'm an actor, okay? You know, if anything rings as disingenuous, you know, I can't fake it.
I can't tell what actors do when they fit in.
I think still have the beg to differ.
Look at this. This isn't a real deli. This is a fake deli. Okay?
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't play.
Okay, spare me.
Yeah.
You know what? Well, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
I will talk to Stan. I will come to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome, Larry. All right. Talk to you, Larry. Did you catch this?
Oh, what did you think? So check everything I put in the photo. It's the biggest smoke here if you ask me.
Well, maybe you need to cut us some slack. I heard something, I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody told me that it's sexually abused. So Stan, I know it's a pain in the ass, that you get 5 more.
Right. 5 more. You can reject stones. Anyway, then we're drawing a line out.
All right.
Thanks.
Unequivocally, the worst acting I've ever seen. Who talks? Every sentence is different. Like one sentence isn't attached to the one before. Did you notice that? The only Cowan's manager, really, they were really interesting. She was? Yeah. You should have been covered. Okay, don't. Yeah. No, it's not good.
Hey, Larry.
Hey.
What'd you think of Mayhew the other day? Fantastic, isn't he?
It was all right.
All right. The man's going to be president, Larry. Trust me.
President?
Yes.
That's a
He's very impressive. You should get in and get in good with him. Why don't you canvass?
You utter some canvassing.
Yeah.
Knocking on doors? Are you out of your mind? What am I, full of brush salesman? And you don't change anybody's mind anyway. Hey, you got the best package, right?
Yeah. You know, he's going to make a difference in the city. He's going to get the city council to repeal that ordinance that people can have chicken coops in their backyard.
He's going to repeal it?
He's going to try to get the votes.
Repeal? What was that?
He promised me the other day he was going to get the city council to repeal the ordinance.
You say the city council can repeal laws and ordinance?
They make the law, they can repeal the law. It's just a matter of votes. They got to get the votes.
What's the name of that horrible, obnoxious woman sitting in front of me? The council.
Irma Strauss.
I think we need to implement it as a proposal here in the Yes. It's like a dance for death. Yes. Seniors. And the ramp. Society. We have to talk about this. Thank you.
So let's put that up. All in favor? Let's have it. Fantastic. We'll put that on our schedule and try to set a time to fantastic. This was a very productive meeting. I thank you all for your time. The meeting is adjourned. Excuse me. Remember me? Yes. I'm Larry. I just want to apologize for that fundraiser. To tap someone. Help me. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. It was disrespectful. It was just very well, all you have to do is needless to say, it doesn't matter. I was wrong.
Thank you for taking responsibility.
Strawberry shortcake good.
I don't know. Too cold. I have to go. I got a supervisory recording with the earthquake.
Great. Don't touch it.
I have to go.
All right.
Yeah, I have a yes. You get a mother. Wow. Yeah. Wasn't meant to be funny. Just joking.
But it was fun. Why? Maybe the most out-of-the person I ever met. True. Wow. It's almost like she was made in a lab, like Dr. Frankenstein. He took the worst aspects of 10 different people and put it together. So, yeah. What a killing prospect. Frankenstein, Rod Frankenstein. Don't look at any children. Dr. Frankenstein have a kid. No, Dr. Frankenstein. We love fucking the Rod Frankenstein. Fucking kid. No, that's not what happened. Dr. Frankenstein didn't fuck the monster bride. How you make a woman like that? Not tap it. Well, I mean, that's another question. I don't know. That's a good question. Right there. Yeah, you made it. Hey, LD, it's Jimmy from Golf Club. Hey, Jimmy. What's up? Hey, so I know you had that standing lesson on Monday, but remember Saul Berman? He had the heart attack. Yeah. His widow wants to come to the golf lesson. All she can do is Monday, and something that can slide you over. She's a widow-in-law, so. Sure, I understand. Widow say, can we do Tuesday? Tuesday. It's election day. You got nothing else Tuesday. What time? 4 o'clock's all I got. All right, it's good Tuesday. Right. Oh, really giving up that time slot. Can a motherfucker live a life? Sometimes no. Golf. It's my main problem. Yeah, we have golf. You have money. No. Now these go in the what we thinking. Hey, so you need to make I can't just pick a pair. I need to feel it. You have 75 choices. Pick a pair of fucking glasses. Tell you what. This one matters. That's it. They're the ones that ain't the baby. The baby plan. But the baby's here. Just give me a moment. Just give me 1 moment. Hey, 1 moment. When you find them, all right, can't do it. Can't work with that kid. It's driving me nuts. Like I told you. Oh, well, about that. I did my research. And it turns out the little ace in him, he was a 17-year-old kid, was taken advantage of by the beautiful 37-year-old Adriana Amante, the Italian actress. Fucking smoke show. Stunning. That's the trauma? Yeah, I read about that. And not only that, but the 400 grand is a payoff. That was him? That was him, yeah, formerly known as Andy. Wow. Yeah. When you was lucky at 17, you were taken advantage of by a supermodel. Yeah, right. I was traumatized because I didn't have anything. Same here. I couldn't fucking pay a woman to touch me. I'm take this. To talk to him about glasses and everything. Lucky little fucker. Hey, Larry. You see, Larry. Having some problem getting out glasses? Yeah, it's a conundrum. Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah. You know, it's kind of hard. I have an answer. There could be a justification for it, because I know how traumatized you were from that horrible incident when you were 17 and sexually abused by a beautiful, luscious, voluptuous Italian star. Oh my God, I can't imagine how horrible. That's so hard. Let me ask you a question. How did that work exactly? Did she get you in a headlock or? No, I mean, listen, he was a mentor. Headlock. Okay. 17 years old. If a cactus touched your penis, you wouldn't feel that age. Wow. Okay. I see. Okay. What if you were in high school, and you slept with an old famous actress? How would people treat you? They would have named the high school. Okay. Hello? Is this Councilwoman Irma Kostrowski? Larry David calling. What do you want, Larry? I was wondering perhaps if you might want to get a cup of coffee. No. Today I'm canvassing for Jimmy Day. Welcome to join me. Really looking forward to it. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye. Good afternoon. My name is Irma Kostrowski. We are here to get this man elected as the next mayor of Santa Monica. It's Jimmy Day. Loves fresh air. Loves fresh air. Solve problems. It's going to make him home. Home. What is this kind of issue? You can't say Happy New Year after January 7th. I like that. And it's not last year I got Happy New Year during Black History Month. You know what else? No child under 10 allowed restaurants. That's awesome. Love that. It's very strong on environmental issues. He respects women. I like that a lot. Good. Okay. Thank you. Right now. Oh, one more thing. He's my man. A lot of the stuff you're saying isn't true. Are you kidding me? Ate it up? Stick to the script, okay? Yes? I can do. We're canvassing for Jimmy Mayer. You know, he's for fresh air. He loves fresh air. He likes to breathe in fresh air. Bad. How about this? He wants to get rid of the penny. I'm all for that. However, I'm in the middle of a meeting, but thank you so much. I hear your voice. I know it's you. Oh, what? Oh, can you believe this? What? With Irma. Hi, Irma. How are you? Good. That's so surprising. What do you think we don't read? What are you reading? Sound and Fury. Oh, what is your name? Yes, we are. What is that? Oh, you're the only intellectual in the bunch. Cliff Notes, huh? What are you doing? Canvas. Did you say the other day that you would never canvas? No, I would canvas with you because you turn people off. And I didn't want you to turn people off. So you're going door to door to strangers' homes? Yes. That's weird because you don't even like people. Well, I hate individual. I love that. Oh, you do? He's very interested in politics. He called me. I'm sorry. Did you say that Larry called you and asked if he could volunteer? We should really get going. We've got a lot of houses. I know that you don't care about people and you don't give a shit about Well, maybe when I was married.
McDonald's is a fast food empire with over 40,000 restaurants across the globe and more than 13,000 locations in the United States. With an annual revenue of over $23 billion a year, the company is by far the largest burger chain in the world. Since the pandemic, it saw profits ballooning, despite citing rising operational costs and supply chain issues as major problems dragging growth, and even passing along a series of price increases to its customers to allegedly offset sales losses. With its stock rallying at the moment and higher menu prices resulting in a significant increase in average ticket costs, it's hard to imagine how a business of this size and magnitude can be struggling right now. The answer is not simple, but in today's video, we're going to explain why the biggest fast food chain in the entire industry is facing a rare and yet unsurprising wave of bankruptcies in 2023. But before moving on, we'd like to ask you for your support with a thumbs up on this video, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss what's coming next. Despite being the greatest fast food corporation the world has ever seen, 95% of McDonald's restaurants in America are operated by independent owners, and the war between corporate and franchisees seems to be getting worse this year. For decades, operators have been fighting McDonald's tightening rules and expensive demands, and now many of them are hitting a breaking point. The chain's anti-franchisee policies are actually killing the company from the inside out. In April, the company announced that it would extend control over its franchisees while refusing joint employer obligations, absolving them of a great deal of legal liability over franchise owners' actions. They want our independence. If McDonald's does not want to be considered a joint employer, they need to stop acting like one, said the National Owners Association, NOA, a group representing over 1,000 McDonald's operators across the U.S. in a statement. The changes implemented by corporate included a new grading system, more frequent inspections, and a revamp of how it grants 20-year franchise licenses that emphasize they are earned, not given. On an annual basis, operators make between $100,000 and $150,000 per location. But considering they have to pay from $1 million to $2.2 million per location, that means they earn just a 10% return on their investment every year. Instead of using that money to create their own restaurant businesses, franchisees are not only helping to expand one of the most established brands in the globe, but now a large number of them are realizing it may not be worth it. While corporate executives are granted sizable bonuses and salary raises, operators are being forced to bear the brunt of expensive renovations, such as new furniture, new decor, new counters, exterior redesigns, digital kiosks, and improved drive-thru lanes. The fast food chain decides how and what must be changed, but it only covers 50% of the cost of remodeling its restaurants. Since 2018, the company has spent almost $6 billion on renovations, leaving another $6 billion for franchisees to pay. Dividing that cost by its 14,000 stores across 50 U.S. states, this means that the average cost for an operator to renovate each store was a staggering $350,000. That accounts for nearly 70% of their revenue per store over the past 5 years. Meanwhile, from that time to today, franchisee sales profits often declined or stayed the same. And that's just the average cost. Older locations that didn't renovate in decades faced costs of up to $1 million, and they had to pay at least $500,000 on their own. That means many of them have gone into debt to be able to afford the company's redesign. The locations that were considered outdated were often the ones reporting the weakest financial results and the poorest performance. So the added costs have pushed many of these restaurants to the brink. On top of that, in the past 2 years, nearly 28% of McDonald's franchisee-owned locations have changed hands. By comparison, only 12% of franchisee-owned Burger King restaurants changed ownership during that same span. Even worse, since 2019, nearly 34% of McDonald's restaurants have either been sold off or shut down. And according to operators, the company is deliberately crushing small franchisees in order to sell the most profitable locations to the biggest corporate-owned franchisees. An document released by the NOA argues that the chain is practically bullying small operators into selling their stores to larger franchisees that are typically more well-positioned financially. Either they comply with McDonald's demands, or they face the risk of being pushed into bankruptcy and losing their assets in court, the association said. For about 40% of franchisees, McDonald's new financial requirements may end their years-long leases because the company's writing expenses are not allowing these stores to hit profit targets. Simply put, these franchisees may have their contracts canceled, losing all of their investments if they fail to meet corporate expectations. In other words, one in four McDonald's operators is at risk of going bankrupt due to the actions of the company itself. To illustrate just how bad the tension between McDonald's and its franchisees is right now, a survey conducted by Kalinowski Equity Research asked operators to rate their relationship with McDonald's from 1 to 5, and the average operator gave a rating of just 1.19, the third worst rating since 2018 when the remodeling plan was implemented, and just behind September 2021's average of 1.18 when labor and supply chain issues were completely neglected by the company. In the past few years, the fast food giant also introduced a new technology fee on its operators of $70 million. NOA says the money paid by franchisees didn't actually improve or introduce new technology in restaurants, but was used to pay off some of the debt accrued by corporate. Many of them have sued the company and asked for the fee to be eliminated. Once again, the court had decided in favor of McDonald's. It seems as if the fast food giant only prioritizes shareholders over everything else, including franchisees who literally run their stores for them, and customers who become loyal to the company in the past due to its affordable prices. But their strategy of expanding their business on the back of operators isn't a clever one. At some point, its entire model could be at risk if enough of them decide to leave the company. Even though the brand has gained popularity due to its burgers, fries, drinks, and iconic symbols that became a part of American culture, things we eat and consume at McDonald's aren't their biggest product. And you and I are not McDonald's real-end consumers. This may come as a shock to some people, but one single quote from the company's former CFO explains it all. We're not technically in the food business. We're in the real estate business. The reason why we sell cheap hamburgers is because they're the greatest producer of revenue from which our tenants can pay us rent, highlighted Harry Chase on a board. That's to say, operators are actually McDonald's biggest consumers. The company realized that selling burgers wasn't all that profitable several decades ago. Even if they sell millions of burgers every year, if they profit less than 15 cents on each burger, that doesn't produce a lot of money on a company scale. However, if you rent the property where these burgers are going to be sold, the situation is a whole lot different. In essence, McDonald's grants operators the right to use its brand so that the company can make money out of the massive leases paid by such franchisees. That's how the chain managed to almost double its worldwide revenue since 1990. Today, McDonald's has the biggest market cap of all fast food chains, twice as big as Burger King's and over 20 times larger than Domino's. This doesn't mean that McDonald's sells twice as many burgers as Burger King, or its operations are 20 times bigger than Domino's. But its business model, centered on leases, not sales, is far more attractive to investors. While this model is great for corporate, it's been terrible for franchisees. For instance, when the pandemic led the Federal Reserve to slash interest rates to near zero levels, real estate prices skyrocketed all over the nation. Given that McDonald's is, in fact, a real estate business, the company has seen its total assets reaching sky high. That was a total nightmare for operators. Back then, they were scrambling to pay minimum wage for their employees and seeing guest visits fall off a cliff. But Corp was showing some of the best results in years. When they signed their contracts with the mega chain, franchisees were promised to become partners with the company. But over the years, corporate changed rules and regulations so that the operators were the only ones responsible for the risk of managing a low-margin restaurant business during economic downturns. In many ways, the health crisis has shown these operators that the alliance between the franchise and its franchisees never really existed. And this was the last straw for struggling operators. From 2021 up until this day, the number of lawsuits moved by franchisees against McDonald's policies has more than doubled. On the flip side, the same is true for bankruptcies, with the biggest of 2023 happening in April and ending a 22-year-old lease. According to Restaurant Dive, operators are leaving in droves after years of being taken for granted by the chain. On a consumer level, things aren't going great either. The brand's push for more expensive burgers has not been well accepted by customers. Even though the average ticket prices have risen by roughly 15% over the past 12 months due to higher menu prices, there are fewer people visiting McDonald's locations on a monthly basis, and there are even fewer people revisiting its restaurants multiple times in a month. Put simply, customer loyalty is going down. And that was one of the main pillars that helped McDonald's build its brand since its foundation in 1955. Unfortunately, McDonald's case is a clear demonstration of how a great business can rot from within due to its own greed. Younger generations focusing on healthier foods, it's safe to say that in the not-so-distant future, fast food chain will start fading into the background. And why not say collapsing, as fewer people become interested in becoming McDonald's franchisees. Today, if any of these operators invested their money in the S&P 500 instead of McDonald's, they'd be profiting a whole lot more. That's a reality of what people are waking up to right now, and it ultimately will contribute to the demise of the greatest fast food chain America has ever seen.
I know I'm lost by one vote. Larry David thought the line was too long, so he didn't vote.
Is that true, Larry?
No, that's not true. It's not true. It's not true. I watched the whole thing. I watched you walk away from the line and throw your voting kit in the trash can. Is that right, Larry? Let me explain what happened, okay? No, let me explain. Let me explain. On the canvas. I'm ready to deal with the remix side of it. I made a deal. We wanted so much, so we both decided to leave because we canceled each other out, so it didn't make a difference. Bullshit. I got bullshit. There's the family and we just ordinary people. Brian! What's the difference? Who won it? They would have lost anyway. Is that my fault?
This is hilarious. She was like, next my part, I said, hey, this losses made sure to know. Oh, man, I'm like another fucking.
Oh, hey, Larry David calling for Jake.
Oh, hey Larry, how are you?
Oh, couldn't be better.
Good. Hey, I read the script.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read the script.
We did. I did.
Well, congratulations. You can read. That's so good.
Hey, did you call earlier? Our phones have been down all day.
Yeah, I was calling to see if Jake heard it.
But don't phone.
What's that?
But don't phone.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'll get you for you.
Yeah, and while you're at it, maybe you can give an outro to the script.
Jake, I've got Larry David on the phone for you.
All right, Rabbi.
How are you? Good. Listen, we have to recast the young Harry part, and it's going to take a couple of weeks before we can start rehearsal.
Okay, it's your show. We're just paying for it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, your assistant gave me a badumpa.
Badumpa.
Yeah, like I'm a comic in the Catskills.
By the way, she is on the call.
Hi, Larry. I'm still here.
Why is she?
She's my assistant, Larry. She takes notes. That's part of the game.
No, it's not part of the game. She's not a court stenographer.
I'm taking notes on all your calls.
Get off the phone. Jake, get her off the phone.
Should I be writing all those, Jake?
No, she get the fuck off the phone.
I'm putting on my phone.
I'm on the phone, Larry.
Everything is off.
I think she's off now.
Don't ever do that to me again.
I'm sorry about that. So what do you want to talk about?
I already told you.
I don't remember.
You might want to check it.
About humiliation. He's not himself. You can just kiss goodbye to the fertilizer run-up, Bill. See you later, guys. What? Oh. You?
I am so sorry about the election.
One vote. Your fault.
I've learned my lesson. Every vote counts. It really sunk in. Anyway, I'm awfully sorry. I got these for you. You know, I've missed you. I was watching the House of Representatives on C-SPAN, and it made me think of you. Then I watched Mr. Smith Goes to Washington with Jimmy Stewart in the filibuster. I was thinking to myself, I bet Irma would be a great filibustress.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But I'm still mad at you. So mad. So disappointed.
Everybody's disappointed about something. But you know what? I'd love to be friends again. Can I take you out to dinner? Make it up to you with a big, sumptuous, expensive meal? I'll go.
You can call me.
Yeah.
But not tonight. I'm finishing at 1. I'm preparing for a colonoscopy.
You're going to get that law review. I know it. It wasn't even tested by us. And then I called Jake. His assistant Carly answered the phone. She gave me a badumpa. Let him go. You ain't like a woman. I got it. It's inspired. No, I'll tell you. Tell me because I already know. That's why I'm buying this stupid fish.
That would have been fun.
I'm with you. Susan smells this. Look at suspicious. So, I'm going to have this box and be using it all the time. That's it. Look, it's getting used to this all the time. What's going on over here? I like a big cat in the line. You want to feel like a lion is going to be known. Otherwise, something else gets mad. I'm language. Yes, that's done. Excuse me. Why do we go back on the line again?
Well, maybe just worry about yourself.
No. I mean, you're on the line. You have responsibility as the person on the line. You're not holding up your end of the bargain.
Would you tell somebody that was a white man to just move us?
Yeah, the second.
Sure, of course.
Oh, so this is racial? Is that what this is?
You know what? I'm going to actually get back to the
What?
line.
Are you kidding me? Oh, please. Come on.
It's 2021. I'm so sorry.
What did I do? Ask somebody to move up the line. Oh, I tapped her on the shoulder, and you would have thought I called her the N-word. She thought I was racist. Everybody else thought I was racist just because I asked her to move up. It's crazy. What? Get out of here. I'm your black man. Oh, that's ridiculous. You are your lane. You swerve out of your fucking lane. Stay in your lane. That's fucking racist. No, it's the opposite of racist. Treating someone differently because of the color of their skin. That's racist. What I did was anti-racist. No. It's not racism. It's audacity. You
No
ass
blue things in
fucking
the show.
audacity. Fucking white condition. Now, I'm with you. I'll be in the system. You gotta be black. Most of it, you tap my shoulder. Hey, buddy. Hey,
pal. Man, fuck out my face. I'm over the fucking wedding. I'm a sick person. Bald ass white man.
You can't ask the ball guy.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't say shit to him. You walk in. That's a comment.
On my ball.
You want to. You want to.
I talk to you.
All right. That's magic. What's the whole filtration?
What? Oh, seriously? I just did it 3 years ago.
Well, usually one cheap between 3 and 10 years. I don't know what happened. I don't know who you hired. It's a bad job. If you don't fix it, bloody, it'll worse.
All right, so when do you think you can do this?
At the end of the week, we'll figure something out. Just invite me. We'll talk this guy. Hey, ROTHSCHILD. You got yourself better. Done. You good?
What'd you say?
I told him stop fucking around. It's a $50 back. I said, is that right? So fuck you was saying to you. You understand?
This whole job is getting done. $50. I'm trying to tell me. First of all, it's kind of sick and I can just gouge like that.
It's a message to you.
People are taking advantage of it all the time.
Be around. Holy shit. I don't really do that bullshit.
You're like a house husband.
Yes, that's what the fuck I am. First of all, to you, I like bullshit.
Oh my God, I know this.
What the eyebrows going? That's some bullshit coming down. What is it?
A business called house husband. So people call you whenever they're in a situation where they could be taken advantage by a mechanic, by a plumber, by an electrician, and you save that person tons of money.
You're gonna motherfucker a little bit, a little bit, a lot of money.
These are the top 10 most annoying comments below.
Yeah, it's a little sexist these days, house husband, but listen, I would avail myself of it. I'm a guy.
Whenever you have them, they have one color TV invented. Number 9 is Tennessee. I resonate with them because they're like the Browns fans of college football. They didn't throw trash on the field in a loss against Ole Miss and some big concert. That's actually hilarious. Number 8 is Clemson. It's a combination of all we didn't win a game, so we're going to make everybody else's life insufferable. And Daddy's money makes you guys annoying. Number 7 is Miami. They're a little which I would say accurately describes the fan base. Number 6 is Alabama. The fan base is quite nice. Unfortunately, the bandwagon fans all across the country are not united. Number 5 is Ohio State. Obviously, I'm a Buckeye fan, and I think a lot of us would agree. Pretty fucking annoying. Number 4 is Michigan. You guys have won 2 games against Ohio State in the past 2 decades. You want to act like we should make a documentary about it? You guys are so annoying. Number 3 is Georgia. Have you ever had the misery of encountering with the Georgia there when you know this is valid? Number 2 is Tennessee. And that's less than a strange fan base out there. Because you're the type of people that probably are against taking showers. And number 1 is Notre Dame. Still not playing the conference in 2020. The league sucks you off. You should be the national championship every year. You guys are annoying.
These are transmission. I think it's a job for house husband. Yes. He's got a new business called house husband. This is his job.
Favorite Instagram ever.
He just saved me hundreds of dollars for the plumber.
Hey, can you go right now? Fuck you. Over there. Right? Do this shit. Hey, we still be
I'm not going to watch it again.
These are the top 10 most annoying college football fan bases. Talk to anyone, and you think they won every national championship ever. When in reality, they have won color team. That is Tennessee. I resonate with them because they're like the Browns fans of college football. They didn't throw trash on the field in a loss against Ole Miss and some of my concert. That's actually hilarious. Number 8 is Clemson. The combination of all we didn't win a game, so we're going to make everybody else's life insufferable. And Daddy's money makes you guys annoying. Number 7 is Miami. They're looking for quality, which I would say accurately describes their fan Number 6 is Alabama. Sam is going to miss nice. Unfortunately, the bandwagon fans Number 2 is Texas.
He's an electrician who doesn't know how this works. It's all terrible.
And number 1 is the
No, it's fine.
These are the top 2 most
This is the best.
You have to close the garage door manually. So much to be told, and I never down his
When in reality, they have one color team. We're not as Tennessee. I'm just thinking that they're like the real fans of college. They didn't want to trash on the field. They
Jam, getting under the blanket, cozying up with the bar.
They were aimed as this is the combination of all winning games. We're going to make everybody else's life suffer. And Daddy's
Oh, they're all so talented. They're all right. Writer and musician and artist. And one of course has to be an actor. Is there no creative realm these sisters can conquer?
What would you prefer that they have done?
One could have been a writer. The other three, hospitals. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Great to meet you, Harry.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I love you all. Enjoy. I love you.
Oh, I love you, John. Isn't she beautiful? So fortunate. So fortunate. I almost I don't respect that. Again.
How do you spell smells?
What's up? You okay? Yeah. Hey, so let me ask you something. Yeah, you're on the council. You're a council. What do you think about this spy for install that's around the pool? What kind of laws? I don't know if you voted for it or not. It's a crazy law. Huh?
Same thing you put a fence around the pool. Why? Because you do. Because now it's the law. You gotta have a fence around your pool.
So, maybe after dinner, maybe we'll go back. I haven't had sex with anyone in 13 years.
Listen to this one, Robertson's. It's Robertson. Fifth Town, USA, Tiger.
I'd like to start whispering into this up there.
I think I'm gonna like last night.
And so, to bed. Come to bed.
It's better than expected. But I have low expectations. It's funny, I can't stop thinking about the pool. That fence. Why are you so obsessive about this? Because I don't want to run to a pool, then run out your gate and jump in. I just want to run and jump in. You don't have a fence around the dock. You don't have a fence around a beach. You have a fence around a pool. It's crazy. I love that.
Bury your toothbrush.
It's so sure about that. Don't think that's a great idea.
Robertson proofs are scentless. Complete silent. Yosh, like, what's a fucking, what's a what's a queef? I'm like, oh, that's queef. He'd be like, no, queef has a U in it. He'd be like, yeah, but Zuckerberg's not cool and he doesn't want queef to be used. Yosh would be like, what is that? Rabbits? And I'd be like, oh man, it could have been scentless Rebecca, not queefs. So Yo, dog. Shared as a post. Dude, you're on Instagram. Like, I know. I'm very cool. Dude, that's crazy. Yo, dog. No one cares about any of your bullshit. Oh, your account was banned because Zuckerberg doesn't like you. Dude, Rebelson tweets are scentless. That's so good. Very creative. I know.
Cashmere. Not cashmere. I'm Schwitzer. So
Dude,
it's a mix.
creative.
Pure Schwitz. You said you're sweating. Hey, I don't like you. Ah, well, hey, good morning. Leon, this is Irma Koszkowski. From the Santa Monica City Council. Oh, okay. Did you vote in the election last week?
No, fuck all that. Just start voting. It's Texas. Jury duty. Who has warrants that pop up out of nowhere. Fuck all that.
Word, motherfucker, word. Oh man, I gotta watch that again. Word, dog. And all that.
I really wish you watch your life.
Jimmy's gonna know what's up.
Just start voting.
Oh, okay. Did you vote in the election last week?
No, fuck all that. Just start voting. It's Texas. Jury duty. Who has warrants that pop up out of nowhere. Fuck all that.
Language. Oh my God.
Nice blue hair. Thanks, baby.
I really wish you watch your life.
It's not necessary.
I told him that many times. Oh my God.
Eating all this, I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Ignite me. Now I have gas.
It just sits there.
Ooh, I get like a bubble.
You got any gas X?
Yeah. Is there anything you have that might be worse than bubble? Yeah.
You set up.
And old ass wants to pop up out of nowhere.
What the fuck?
That spot there. Tap that ass on the dress. It's the worst. You tap someone on the dress. What's that? My uncle passed away unexpectedly. So I tap his cool and just watch it. Got half off the coffee. I hope this turns out as successful as you did out this content. Hope so.
You made a horrible impression.
Sock generator.
That stuff you said about
Hey kid, I hear your sock generator. Calm
No, I
down,
don't like the
woman.
boxes. They're obnoxious.
you like little women?
Fucking love it.
Yeah.
Because dwarfs
What?
stuck two on top of each other. One whole woman.
No, we're talking about something different. Listen, let's face it, Larry, you're old, long. I can get past that.
Rabbits
I
and
don't
creeps
think
are
I
scentless.
can-
I don't know if I'm in love with it.
What? Let me apologize. I'll apologize.
Call D'Angelo.
You know what? Get Paul. I'll go to her house.
You want to go to her house? Okay. Listen, D'Angelo.
How about slosh and galoshes?
I'm throwing a 10-year anniversary party tonight. Everybody maybe I'll invite you to this and you can get along with her. You want to try that?
I would love to go to Teacher and Scott's 10th anniversary party. That would be fantastic.
Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get to a council meeting. It's all about drains today. Drain, branch, pump. It's all about pump.
Keep the sweater. Keep it.
You want to kiss me? I want to get to like this.
Slosh and galoshes and sop types
On your shopping list. I
and
gotta
sop
go. Have a great day.
types. Sloshing galoshes.
I'm closing the bitch got too twisted. Fuck up.
I like that one.
She's so
Sop
What's that delightful scent? It smells like blood.
and
That's my new body.
sop types. Slashing
Like that
galoshes
smell,
and
Larry?
soft tarts.
It's disgusting.
Don't like
Soft tarts, like Pop Tarts? Soft tarts.
You're full of
Soft
surprises.
tarts. Slashing galoshes and soft tarts.
I make love to her. Yes, I do.
She is so not your type. You're not political in any way. You're not one to go canvassing. What the fuck is going on there?
How about slashing galoshes from Slop?
That's what we do.
How about Sop and slashing?
Yeah.
Soppy.
Yeah, it's a terrible actress in our show. Maria Sophia.
What if it's just Soppy?
Father, brother, guy who drowned.
Is that available?
Found out about the 5 defense law.
Soppy,
That's why she's
slashing
I'm trying to get her money.
galoshes.
Is she going to do it?
I don't know.
Soppy slashing galoshes.
Maria's the show.
It's over.
Yeah, so get on board and get in line.
It's the only line that you're in that I'm ever going to get.
Get on board.
Okay, I can live with that.
Where'd you get that fixed?
What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? Like, who gives a fuck?
You got that from somebody else.
Well, it's classic.
No, you never say that. You don't have original ideas and you come up with
It's been up for years.
well, I don't like it. You want tea?
Please stop it, please. Stop it, female jacket. You could have been just slashing galoshes.
That's fantastic.
But instead you just chose sloppy sauce, slashing galoshes.
Oh shit, I gotta call her this day. Teacher, find out what time this call is.
Teacher Kostrowski Miller's office.
Oh, hi, it's Larry David calling for Deidre. And listen, just so you know beforehand, so there's no misunderstanding, I would appreciate it if you took the call.
Excuse me?
It's not a matter of national security, there's no reason for it.
Well, if it's not a matter of national security, why can't I listen?
Because it's really none of your business. Would you like if I listen to you and your friends when you were talking?
That's really pervy.
Oh, that's perfect? Oh, but it's not perfect for you to listen in on my call. I listen to different.
Sir, listening in on Deidre's phone calls is part of my job description. You listening in on my phone calls is pervy.
No, it's not perfect. Look, you're talking to your friends, talking about where you're gonna go, what you're gonna eat, what you're gonna wear, and I've been listening in, taking notes, same thing.
Ew.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's exactly what you're doing to me. Look, I just want to know what time the party's going. That's all I really need to know.
Oh, party. You say so. Party starts at 6.
Well, there you go. 6 o'clock. Fantastic.
Hey, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
That's all I need. Shut up. See you there.
Oh, sure. I need the house husband.
And this tree is really top heavy, and you've got some insect damage too. That's why there's those dead branches. You're gonna need about 5 guys to do a full day.
5 guys? That's expensive.
Really 5 guys. We just need 3. Me, myself, and I. Listen, all you need is a little bit of insect aside.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Thank you, house husband.
What the fuck?
On me.
Dude, I don't like that.
Goddamn shell. Hang it up. I'm gonna need a new shower head, and I'm probably gonna have to replace a lot of the pipes over here. Hold on, Playboy. What the hell's going on?
Just replace the shower head. That's it.
The problem
Just a fucking shower head.
Guess what? I got a little something for you. Here you go.
Fresh cut lilacs. I know. Maybe my ex psoriasis, like you said, he's like, oh, it's pretty natural. Okay.
You know, I think it's
Smell like a flower. What? I know I got like a sexy Hey, wanna come sit on the couch? Come sit beside me.
I love to, except I lose my testicle getting on the pellet.
You what? You late?
Yeah, so,
Anything to do with my assertions?
oh no, that was a little late.
Take a shower. You want to come and join me?
I don't feel like getting wet just now. Shh. You know what? I got a beach volleyball.
Come on, watch me. I'm waiting for you.
It's a hockey game I taped last night.
Come on, watch me. Come on and watch.
Hi, Larry. Oh, hi. How's it going? Swell. You're here. Yeah. The party doesn't start until 7.
7?
Yeah.
Your assistant told me it was at 6.
Brittany?
She told me 6 o'clock.
I think he must have taken my Thank you for the I just feel like, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're just a little prepped here. We're not.
By the way, I really want to apologize for my comments about the March sisters. I've given them a second look, and they're not as mawkish and twee as I thought they were.
Thank you. Apologize.
I've seen all 5 of the movies again, and they're so talented, really. Who's your favorite Joe? Catherine Hepburn, June Allison, Winona Ryder, Susan Day, and Siobhan. What's her? Saoirse Ronan.
Yeah.
My money, June Allison.
Really?
With the bangs, cute.
Cute? That's your criterion for what makes a great Joe?
No, I'm just a man partial to a bang.
Okay, so the March sisters.
Who doesn't love a good bang? Honey?
Hi, Scott. This is Larry, David.
Larry.
Larry, this is my husband, Scott.
Scott, boy.
Scott's good. What's up?
Larry, missed over the time.
I was told 6.
Where is Irma?
She got tied up.
City council.
Party's actually at 7, so party's on for an hour. So
Right, the party's on for an hour.
Time I'm at home.
You don't need to go home. You can just not stay here.
There's coffee shops. Do the errands.
Probably we can't host because we have to get dressed.
No, I'll just sit there and guess. I can be a guest scholar.
Okay.
Don't worry about me. I will disappear. You will not know me. Grab the NHL package.
I don't know what that is.
No.
I'll take a shower. I'm not even here.
Okay, take yourself at home.
Hi. Oh, great. Come on in. Glad you can make it. Thank you. Make yourself at home. So they're upstairs.
Okay.
7 o'clock. Party starts.
Yes.
This is interesting.
What? Yes.
How long have you been doing?
My whole life.
People comment on it?
There's almost never conversation about it.
Did you notice any other truckers in your life?
I honestly have not really thought about it.
You started with your mother? I just started with her. You started that idea?
Yes. On my own with kids. Yes. It's not. It's really not.
No, it is. I think it's fascinating. Your father didn't tuck?
No.
There were no tuckers in the family.
No, look, there's a lot of stuff to do.
I mean, the only person I've ever seen tuck is James Mason. And he'd say, you think I should tuck in my sweater? Does it look good? What would you do? What would you advise me? Would you advise me to tuck?
I'm sorry, what is your role?
I'm a guest.
Okay. You're very early. No, I don't really care. I'm gonna set up in the living room. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
That too. Very thorough. Why do you care? I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Babe, you make sure that the sprinklers are going to go off right yes,
Already. I
right?
In Miami Beach.
Why would you pick that up? Ew, size 6.
Size 6. It's a normal person. What does he do?
It's so smart.
Hopefully he's size 6.
In Miami Beach. What is wrong with him?
Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Never.
I didn't know that we had to say, like, please make yourself at home, but don't mess with the girl this time. Oh my god, he's taking his pants off.
He is.
What is he doing?
No, don't do that.
Why is he taking his sweater off? I had to
What a strange joy. Fucking where's it plug in? Just test it. How do you like it? Okay. I'm gonna go back over there.
So no dinner.
Tell me about it.
If it's 7 o'clock, you expect dinner.
Absolutely. Everybody, if we could.
thank you so much for being here.
We wanted to do what it is that we gather here to do, and that is to
I'll start crying. Scott, I promise to always remember. Got such a big soul. Today, I promise to show that same care and consideration for you for the rest of my life.
In Miami Beach. In Miami Beach. In Miami Beach.
Samuel. Just mention maybe reconsider this position.
Webster's dictionary defines paradise as an ideal or ideal place for school. iPhone as Netflix and chilling. Deidre, even if that means I have to watch it. I promise to listen.
Fucking guys, shit out of my
Promise to solve
and remember? It's a TJ, kid.
Loads of appetizers.
Appetizers are my favorite food.
We're just seeing you. Oh, I changed it for car.
You look so beautiful.
Thank you.
You don't wear that.
No. Remember the 4 city workers that got crushed? We're doing it. I kept pushing. I kept saying, you gotta get them all up there. You know, the families are there. There's a lot of emotion. There's so much to be at the crosswalks. Line today. Hi.
Oh, so nice of you. I left my phone.
I want to see her. Was it wonderful? Oh, dear, it's been nice to do. Oh, yes, that's wonderful.
Oh, the Uncle Scott. He's wonderful. I love Scott. Yeah.
My darling, I'm here. I'm so sorry. Oh,
You, Irma Kostrowski, keep your fucking hands off of my husband. You hoe wrecker. You whore. You slut. Your mother is fucking my husband. Fucking you think you're a councilwoman, you can get away with anything. What have I done? I smell the lilacs, baby. I smell the lilacs, and I knew it was you.
So weird. Seriously, lost it. I know, but we got this. I love your vows. Oh my god. Look at him. Is it right? He's a legit woman. I have to text my mom. I have to tell her that I think he's great. I'm so happy that my mom found him.
Then I found out his name was Tyler. I played the Jew card. I couldn't believe it. It worked like a charm.
Put cars down some dump.
That should be his fault. What I could have done?
That car, the car, the tall car, Johnson car.
Oh. That's a card.
Fuck you.
You don't have an answer.
That one.
Who told you you had an answer?
Everybody said this shit.
What? I thought you told the plumber how to fix this.
What I did?
Holy shit. You don't know what the fuck you're doing, do you?
well, I don't know what Leon tries to do, but the whole grid has worked. It could be weeks, it could be a long time. Now, this I need pressed tomorrow for work. You have a steamer? You don't have a steamer. You can argue, right? Everything in this case needs to be taken out.
So whenever you do some steamer calls with the steamer,
Now, when everything's ironed,
my friend told me, whatever you do, if you ever steamer, don't steam it first.
not the cherry, not the orange. I need arnica and I need pickles. Gotta have pickles.
She steals her pickles.
Oh my God! Look at this! Oh, fucking Leon! Everything! Jesus fucking Christ! Is it okay?
So let's see.
What is this? hiding a second fucking phone, you asshole? Are you kidding me? Really, Jeff? Really? Stupid moron, you fucking caught, asshole. Gotcha.
I got Susie Green for you.
Yeah, I'll take her. Hey, Susie.
Hi, how's everything going over there?
Good, all good.
Is your assistant on?
Yeah.
Yeah, taking notes as usual.
Always.
I am. Great. Take this down. She's fucking my husband. Ba-dum-bum.
Dude, only 2 more episodes. We all caught up. It's 17 years of television. Right? What's with that fucking smell on your chest? My beard. What's going on up there? I think you're gonna play recently. Yeah, you should probably do that faster.
She's still here. She's still there. It's your fault. Hey, screw up our own electrical system. What's it doing? It's freaking bad miles. Get a little car and Halloween night. We're now. We can appreciation. What?
Mr. Roman Senators. Mr. Roman Knights.
Oh, no, Leon, no. We talked about this. Where does this go? Recycling, right? So it goes this side, okay? While I am in a relationship with Larry, this is how we do it, okay? If you only knew the journey a piece of trash takes.
One plastic bottle.
You know what this can do? Choke the dog. You want to choke the dog with me? You don't want to choke the dog. Such a smart guy. It has a lot of energy, but he's kind of delusional. As long as he's just make no sense. I gotta go to work. I gotta get changed.
The guy was here giving an estimate on the fence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it cost $5,000.
Oh,
Really? Remember? Last week I mentioned something about repealing that law.
you mentioned something about repealing the law. You don't stick to it. About repealing
The
the
more
law.
I think about it, the more sense it actually makes.
Would it make you happy?
Oh, that's a good one. Chicken can die.
Would it stop you talking about this fence?
I'll never mention it again. This is
You
fantastic.
5 counts. You gotta have a majority.
You need a majority, so you need 3. Well, we got you, that's 1.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 more.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. For you.
You know what? You did something for me. I'd like to return the favor. Look at myself.
I know what I want. Vaginal rejuvenation.
There you go. The
A tightening, a lifting.
Mitsusaur special.
The lips, like
That's what the name was for the gun.
Because you know something? I love my daughter, Larry, but she destroyed me. Oh, she was horrible. And you know what they tell you to do? Keep it. Lift it.
Yeah.
Keep. You know what?
does not work. Also, when I get upset, like something like in a sports game or something, a little pee-pee sticks. I want to you're inside. It's a great game. I want to wear white pants with you. So the whole thing is such a win-win for you, for me, sexually, medically. But it's not just for me. It's for us.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get that done. Yeah, we got it.
I'm excited. You're not going to regret it. I got to borrow your car. What? Yeah, I'm out of gas.
This area. Yeah.
Oh, fufu surgery. A designer vagina. Where are the keys?
I told you they're in the bowl.
What?
The bowl. Oh my God, are you okay? Huh? Listen, don't move. All right, I'm gonna give you this sweater.
I was riding my bike around the block, and my shoelace got caught, and someone stopped the car and helped me. Shut up,
Here he is. Okay, tell me what happened. What's your name, sir? Ben Callahan. Can you just see what happened? Does your neck hurt? Do you have any neck pain? Try not to move. I don't get the bicycle thing, Go to the stationary bike in your house. You got the TV. It's so much better than going on the streets here. Just try not to talk about it. You'll be just fine. I think even roller skates is better. I think roller skating is bicycle. Can you just let me do my job? Who cares about roller skates? Roller skating is kind of fun too. I think it's more fun. Do you want to help? No, I'm helping. I made the call. Okay, Ben, everything's gonna be okay. We're gonna get you in the ambulance. You're gonna be fine. So, yeah, I told him that before. Thanks. Do you want to be a paramedic? I don't know why you need to be a part of this. Step back. All right, you're gonna be fine, Ben. Thank you. Good luck. What is that? Hey, my sweater! Excuse me, I'm wondering if that is patients that might here today. Ben Callahan, he was in a bike accident. Yeah, he's suffered a mild concussion. He had some stitches, but he's going to be okay. Oh, he's going to be okay. Yeah, it's great. He's about 406. Where's that? Oh, that's my sweater. Excuse me. You can't go in there. What? What are you talking about? My sweater's right over there. You can't go in there and get the sweater. What? Why? You don't understand. I discovered lying on the ground. It's cold. I took my sweater like a nice thing for one of the few times in my life. And now you're saying I can't get my sweater back? How do I know that's your sweater? Well, yeah, that's how I got my wardrobe. I go around to hospitals and I look in rooms and I say, oh, that's mine. And they give it to me. Yeah, that's how I got the shirt and the pants. That could be your hustle. Okay, all right, how about this? Just tell him that Larry David's here to get his sweater back. He's resting right now. You can't do that. He's resting. What's the difference? Well, sleeping disturbs somebody. I don't understand that. Rest, and you're just laying down with your eyes open. That's nothing. Every day I rest. And I can talk to anybody when I'm resting. I'm not going to disturb the patient just to ask about your sweat. How is that a disturbance? A person is laying in bed. He's asked a question. He doesn't have to say yes or no. He can just nod. Yes. If I go in there, I'm disturbing. That's a disturbance. A human presence is a disturbance. He's resting. Yes. Hand him a note. By the way, where's plastic surgery? Downstairs, first floor. You're saying that right, okay? It's not difficult. It's so much stressful. It is.
Hi, how can I help you? Oh, your 2 o'clock service.
Thank you. Hey, excuse me. Yeah. You said, do you do congratulations? That's what we do in specializing in this. Very sympathetic. Commission. I think it depends on what you're looking to have done. I usually recommend take about 3 days off of work.
No. I'm sorry.
6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks. No kidding.
Depending on what kind of work it is.
It's lots of. Oh, I finally figured out a way to end the whole bit on that situation.
Oh, yeah?
Susie's had her eye on this base odds in Beverly Hills, which is so expensive. However, downtown LA, I found a guy named Igor. Same exact base. You can't tell them apart. Yeah. Oh, this will be a wait like
But it's whole risk work life.
the risk is my
Like an outline.
wow, you forgot to do. Don't see this 2 seats. Yeah, you see it right there.
Got some new instructions from our father.
Oh, look. Now he's taking home. Just talk.
Hey, I think the espresso machine's broken again. Who's in charge of that? Is that you?
Only got 2 weeks until we start shooting. Gotta be. Listen. Nice. Hi. My name is you.
I run process. Okay.
Just want to photo of the face. You're afraid? Yes, okay. There we go. Anything you won't take. Anything with blood on it. Won't take it. No blood. I don't want to know. Where's all this stuff come from? This comes from women who died at Parkville Grave. Married, old, died. Going with a truck.
Gosh, yours thing, you look around. I'll leave it to the bicycle.
Splendid. You're going to buy something, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. That is it.
What do you think?
That is the thing. That's what you want? That's what you want. Yeah?
She. Who's this for?
My wife.
You're gonna get in trouble.
It's let me ask you a question. It's a little dirty.
I will finish. Come back in a couple of days.
You know what? Yeah. Maybe when I'm dead, you can have my
Fantastic. Splendid.
Thank you so much. You feel like eating? Yeah. I don't know. You know what? There's got to be a lot of restaurants around here. Why don't we go to the hotel and have some concierge? Concierge always. Excuse me. Hello. Welcome. Good morning. Rabbi, nice to meet you. We're not guessing at the time. We're shopping at an antique store down the block. Oh, cross-border. Yeah, cross-border. Okay. What'd you get me? My boss. You and doghouse. Anyway, just wondering if you're hungry and love to get some lunch. I have a great place for you. Cafe Coupon. Cafe Coupon. Take a left. Okay, through the exit, take a left. Okay, great. Cafe Coupon. Cafe Coupon. Splendid. Anything you recommend? Goulash. Goulash. I don't know if I'm a goulash guy. Oh, you look like a goulash. I look like a goulash guy. You love goulash. Oh, me either. Nice knowing you. Free goulash.
They call him Pepper, Pepper, faster than lightning. No one can see. It's harder than me. The real Pepper, Pepper is larger than one. Under the sea. Everyone under the sea. Looking at you. They call him Pepper, Pepper, faster than lightning. No one you see is smarter than he. And there's no Pepper, Pepper is the most full of wonder. Lying there under the sea.
Extraordinary guy. This is back hard.
Tough. I don't know enough to know. Yeah. You know, it happens sometimes. I just figured I'd be honest with you. That's all. No one's ever complained about this.
No,
We're the first.
first ever. I tried to do this.
You want to try that?
Sure, John. If I cannot take everything loud.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, take it wrong. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll just take a check.
Spain's I can rush. I think this is the person but that's
Bullford. Are you related to Gregor, the concierge in Concordia Hotel? What about Igor, the antique dealer?
don't know your relation. You guys want me to wrap these up?
That's too tough. Hey, there they are. So, how was it? Awful. Yes. How do you recommend a restaurant? Maybe we just have off there. What can you tell you? Yes. You know Igor? I don't know. Igor from Osborne, Timor from Truman. I don't know. I don't know. Why is it you want Pokemon to be born? And who wants to explain? Who wants to explain? Who explain it? Let's explain it. Who doesn't explain it in the life? No, you have to explain it. Let's explain it. Nobody else explain it. You must explain it at least twice a day. It's fact. I'm not lying to you. This. Getting a recommending somebody to your brother, to more, and then he's paying on. This is science fiction. This is Star Wars. This is spaceship. This is not material. You know what's so disappointing about this? What? Americans have lost complete faith in their institution, their politicians, their priests, the police, but we depend on the concierge to give us advice and recommendation. Where's the best nail salon around here? Where can I go to your job? You are the last bastion of trust, and if we can no longer trust our concierge, I don't know what to say. Immoral male celebrities on the street. CrossFit bar. Vaginal rejuvenation. I'm having sex. What? I looked things up. I saw some of the images on the computer of inflammation, hematomas, and don't think of the downside. What you have to focus on is the upside, the tightening, and the lift, and the beautiful vagina that is going to occur.
Yes, I gotta stop googling vagina.
You're getting the tightening and a lift, that's all. It's not a big deal.
I wish I could
Talk to somebody you haven't done. All right, we'll get you somebody to talk to. I'm here to apologize. Alright? I never should have screamed at you. Hey, I feel terrible about what I said to you. Really, what? Tell her you got vaginal rejuvenation surgery. Why would I do that? Because she wants to do vaginal rejuvenation surgery and this correct commission in 6 weeks. There you go. Now she's having second thoughts, and she wants to talk to somebody about it. So, just tell me about it. Vagina has to be involved in this whole fucking thing. Oh, this lady's like control it. Just tell her it's been great. You've had great sex, and then you're just going for that. You gotta do something. This is really, really gorgeous, expensive medicine. So get Jeff to run me that fast. I did a million different things. Yes, you do. Tit for tat. Okay, take it. What do I have to do? I mean, tightening and all that. Please accept my apology. Get out of the way. I can't even tell you what came over. Jeff, my fucking husband Jeff is cheating on me, and I thought it was you, and I went crazy, and it wasn't you. It was this little Tutan who works for the Hulu guy, and why would they want to shoot your husband? You know, I'm like, this incredible man. Look at this beautiful scene. I went crazy. And gas ever since. Bubble back the gas. Slate button. Okay. She's apologizing. You accept her apology. She's apologizing. I will make that person. But you first apologize. Oh, okay. I accept. Yes. Now, Susan has something else. So, I hear that you're interested in a vaginal rejuvenation. Is that correct? You said you wanted to talk to someone who had one. What better person? So what did you get done? I got a tightening and a lift. Did you get the labial reconstruction too? The labia, the clitoris, the clitoris, they unhooded it. Yeah, had the hood taken. They made everything better. They took the hood off the clitoris there, okay?
That's
my
not good.
vagina. No, she's got to get going up. You know what? She'll show you the vagina another time. She's in a hurry. You'll have a vagina another time. You know what? You'll have a vagina part of that pajama part. Okay. Great to see you.
Thanks for the apology. Thank you.
Sorry, right? Hey. So grateful to you. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Yeah. Better? Worse? So I called Thompson. Did you notice there's a sweater on that chair? Didn't you too? I was kind of in and out of consciousness for about so was everybody else. Oh, no. So, sweater. Sweater. She's all in her mouth. She's about 5 seconds. Phone rings. Hey, did you ever see a sweater in the hospital room when you were here? No. Hangs up. Yes, hangs up. Try. It's never true. It's never true. This is already but you are resting. So let it get out of bed. I'm still resting. Laying down on the bed is so I'm resting with my eyes closed. I'm not asleep. I just want to rest with my eyes closed. So you consider resting as something done with your eyes closed. I gotta get back to resting. Okay, fine. Don't look on my brother. There's nothing in the.
Yoshi. Yeah, you should go downstairs. Okay. That's fine. Should I get up?
I was just talking to Ben. I'm curious as to whether or not Sarah's wife was related to the sweater. No, I don't know. You don't know if you saw her? You saw her get a sweater? I'm busy working. Yeah, I understand you're busy and you're working, but that doesn't preclude you from noticing things. If an elephant walked down this hall, did you notice the elephant? While you were working? I'm busy, real busy. You might just get by me. So the elephant will escape your attention. I try lost and found. Nobody's ever found anything in the lost and found, especially the person who lost it. A name, a number, what if I stick it right up here? Is that blocking anything? Just Mrs. Ramirez's vitals, but you if you see anybody enter over that sweater, I'd really appreciate it. I'll try. Just say yes. I'll see what I can do. Oh, you see what you can do. I gotta tell you something. I don't get this hospital. Nobody can multitask. Nobody can be disturbed when they're resting. Nobody can be bothered when they're busy. I pray to God nothing ever happens to me and I wind up in this place. I'll take my clothes off and I'll operate. I'll never see the clothes again. I'll have to wheel me out of here naked. All I'm saying is if I were Bruce, why not? What else you want to do? There's nothing else. That's the whole gym. It's fun. Walking must be fun. Hey, Igor. Already. How you doing?
Changed my mind.
Are you not in business in sell boxes?
I am, but this happens.
This team will talk to Greg on. Hey, Greg on. Check the Eagle. Isn't that how it works? Right? I'm not saying you're sneaky. I'm saying they spoke to you. You're playing cheap. You have a deal. What are you doing?
Well, I guess your wife's not going to fuck you anymore. And that's on you. I can do whatever I want.
Oh, what? Because we didn't like the goulash. That's why you do it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You know. I know. That's what happened. Red one, talk to you. Don't survive. They do not like to left. And you said, okay, Gregor.
You're insane person.
I'm not insane. You don't know what you're talking about.
You go.
We didn't like. The food.
I'm about to snap.
Right, snap.
I will snap.
Right, let's go.
Get out of here.
What? And I know your brothers.
Go play with Tinker Toy, you fucking child.
Gregor's your brother, Timo's your brother, and that asshole who runs that fucking pet store, Bull Bar, he's your brother, too, brother.
She better be happy. No, because I never have. Yeah, until now, because I haven't. To give you a fun fact, I do. The Eskimos have 17 words for snow, and no word for I'm sorry. When they get back to snow, it's just about the Eskimo that they never do anything wrong to apologize for it, because they're so perfect. But they just don't give a fuck. I hate your plumber. I just don't think that's a fun fact. What the? Holy shit! That's bad! He's got my sweater! He's got my sweater on! Let's get to the hospital! He's got my sweater! What?
Dude, what the fuck, dog?
Oh, shit. Did you forget? We're transporting something very delicate.
You should have wrapped it better.
You should have not hit the brakes.
Where the hell did he go?
Shit. I don't even know what. You know what? All right, I'll pay for it.
Thank you very much.
What are you talking about? You'll let me pay for it?
Why would that?
I just figured I'd make an insincere gesture. You would grudgingly say, no, you'll pay half, and we'll split it, and we'd both be unhappy with the compromise.
Fun fact, if you make an insincere gesture, the other person might accept it.
Fun fact, even if I make an insincere gesture, the other person should grudgingly pay her half.
How's that a fact?
It's not a fact, it's not fun.
Now when am I going to get Susan?
I don't know, I'll talk to her.
You will?
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't insincere.
No, it was grudging.
Good, we're clear.
I talked to you for a minute?
I'm good, Stevie.
You know what Winston Churchill said? What? I stand when you consent.
Did you just come over here to tell me to listen to everything Winston Churchill said? What do you want?
You say, amazing cause.
I say vase.
Smash. Drop.
Well, I guess you're just going to have to pay. Because if you don't know, I am going to sit the lovely Herman Ostrowski down, and I'm going to tell her horror after horror about the vaginal rejuvenation surgery. I'm going to tell her that I had a hematoma the size of fucking Kansas, that I had necrosis, that my labia was so swollen I couldn't walk for months. Her worst nightmare. What we had to do was vaginal rejuvenation. So get in this.
My grandmother, she used to make goulash, and it was a little different than yours. I guess I had trouble making the transition to a different goulash. I just don't think it's up my apology. I was 100% wrong in saying that you were Timor and Igor's brother, when in fact you probably have no relationship with them at all. And the more I thought about it, how could you possibly be your brothers, even though you speak with a very similar, nondescript Eastern European accent? I would venture to say that you all shape you might all look like triplets. So I'm sorry if I offended or insulted you in any way.
So you are the goulash guy.
Yes.
Put my arms around you and grab it.
It's a big man. I appreciate a big man. I accept your apology. By the way, you ever want to tell me
Why are you keeping the relationship a secret? Not to tell a soul.
I'd like to apologize for the sketch you did. Give your voice one that's not.
I was just trying to create what my warped imagination may have occurred.
Did. He said, I am so sorry, Timmy. This is a bar. This is business. Who cares if you didn't like your bullet? I tried your craft. Not so good. Anyway, that's why I am here. To offer you my apology. And I would also like to buy the bonds.
You're going to say to my friend, like,
Asshole! Yeah, what I do? You almost killed me and my dog the other day.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't think I remember? I got your license plate, asshole!
What are you trying
I'm gonna beat your fucking ass right now, you skinny little bitch! Come on! Let's go! I want to be a little more careful next time, huh?
Vaginal surgery. Walls, dating, it was like a melted cave. If this is what the doctor did to her, oh, heaven forbid I should do anything like that. Oh. Jeff, I am not mad at you. Really? You and your sexy friend were both because I came up with something I'd never had. What? Tell me. Vaginal rejuvenation surgery. Yes, they do a tightening and a lift.
So you're not getting the surgery?
Yeah, to my love for 6 weeks. I mean, so much. So much.
Maybe we should home. Yo, dog. Dog. Yoshi. Yoshi.
Just admit you took some of my fries. It's okay. Did you take fries?
I didn't eat your fries.
Where'd you go? Kids! Don't cry. Don't cry. What are you fighting for?
Wait, that'll get cut? It's not. I think you made a mistake. Maybe you did.
This is my application. Where's this getting worse? So you can't do this.
Don't sit in my chair.
Oh, jeez.
Huh? Oh, she's killing it, right?
I've never seen anything like it.
Hey, but I did have a number. Oh, did you? Yeah, they're arguing. See, it's a big thing. I'm in it. I'm interested. But then Teddy comes up.
So you know that we moved tap dancing from the scene so that there's no movies.
I didn't think about that one, but yeah, by the way.
He's sitting in that chair.
Yeah, some Korean house one too.
He's right in that chair.
That's what she says.
What's up?
Oh, something's up. Yeah? Yeah? What's going on?
You'll find out. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're gonna find out. Something's going on.
I'm in.
Great. Hey, Snap. Hey, Larry. How do I stop the dancing? How do I do it?
Well, there's one thing I can do. Listen to your story. Oh, garbage.
Oh,
If there's anything else you can throw in, I would suggest we talk about. Once you're open, there's no time for that. You're not following him. You ever seen all about Sir John Shoe? Sir John Shoe. You know what I mean? Shoe, Julius Caesar. He had him roped off the shoe. He didn't work again for 4 years. You don't want to be another Sir John Shoe. So what'll it be like? Up and down.
Alright. Latest thing, swear, I'm sitting right here eating breakfast in the morning. This is a breakfast lunch.
It is a puzzle corner.
You are proud of it. No,
Take your breakfast and go. Potato chips? What is the matter with you? Why you eat potato chips for breakfast?
Leon is the text to the morning. That's me talking in the third person. First person loves the second person. And third person love potatoes in the morning.
That is my puzzle corner.
No,
Not
no, it's a breakfast lunch. Leon is about to time this shit out.
This is my cat puzzle, and this is his breakfast, and he will not ruin his breakfast.
you like some puzzles?
I do.
You want to kill a boy like that?
You know, I don't think you've read this. Larry, yes, we are in a beautiful relationship, and you have heard the expression serve real about two companies, three's a crowd.
That's a roll.
Yes, well,
Three
you know,
companies with one guy and two girls. In a single party.
happy is okay.
Come on, take it easy. Let us know the puzzle. You know what? I'm surprised. This puzzle.
Larry, you hear what he said to me? Hey! I can't take it anymore with this guy, Larry. It's him or it's me. Yes, you don't, or I go.
Talk to me.
Okay? Now, Larry. Don't tell him, Larry.
Sorry, man. Yeah, you should be sorry, man.
However, I hate to say this, but
You're gonna have to leave for a few days. Oh, listen. You choose a hot on a week. It's only until they vote to repeal, then you can come back. I gotta get that thing's no repeal. I gotta get that thing out of the show. You understand? I'm right now. Oh, okay, so when you come back from Asia, shoot the gun. And you enjoy this shit. Like you would say, we're talking about Stop, damn it. I'm not. I hate every second. Let's see how we spot it. Like it.
I don't want him here, Larry. He's a menace. Look what's happening in my kitchen right now because of the leak that he caused.
There's no place to stay. And listen, it's only a few days. He's leaving Thursday night. And by the way, he's great to have around the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, how'd you like to wake up in the morning and have a smoothie waiting? Would you like that?
Not that kid.
And, you know, he's a wonderful cook. He makes a spaghetti carbonara that I've been to Italy. I've had it. Like,
Really? Not?
really? Well, no, not really. I kind of. Does he make the smoothies? No. He's a straight dude. You know what he does? He doesn't eat anything healthy. If you have healthy food in the house, he will not touch it. And that is a guarantee. No fruits or vegetables will be touched.
You know what? I will allow you to stay here for a few nights.
Thank you.
I'll do this for you. You've got to do something for me. Colonel Vinman. You know,
I love it.
It's amazing.
How many people would have done this on my Trump?
So he's doing an event at the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah, I know. I'm going.
I'm sneaky. I want to have a party for him. Introduce him. Celebrities, some Hollywood people, make him feel at home in Los Angeles.
I'll go. Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, of course you're gonna go. But here's the issue: I can't have it here because of the kitchen, number one, and also since the surgery, I'm supposed to lay low and rest.
Vagina surgery, though. I haven't even asked. You got a new vagina?
I have a new vagina. I mean, it's gonna be like I'm an 18-year-old again, right, Jeff?
Let me ask you this question. Let me say this in front of you. Would you consider maybe resettling your wares?
My vagina?
Yes. Would you mind? Not at all. You wouldn't care? You would have got it. Thank you for that. You're welcome.
I have no say, I guess.
He doesn't care.
I know you're making fun of me right now. It's not gonna fuck me.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
So tell him what you want.
Do we have it in your house? A party for Vinman? It'll be catering, so don't worry about it.
Why not do anything? Party's over, I go upstairs, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. You got it.
Sushi bar, maybe just finger food. Maybe a pass around, just pass around. Now, picture your kitchen. Do have that big buffet and just stuff that's not really hot. Just cold platter, perhaps. Maybe deli. Maybe he likes deli. What is that?
You know, Oscar acceptance speech can go on too long. So they have to choose to get off stage. Nothing is a big one.
You playing that to me right now, doing the menu? Get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out, okay? Da-da-da-dum, I'm playing you off. Da-da-da-dum, cutting you off.
Oh, we in business? Oh, my man. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
Get out of here. Come here. How you been? It's been forever. Last time. Great. You know what? I'm going to hit the head real quick. Okay? I'll be back in a second. Don't order without. It just touched my penis. His penis.
really?
My penis is correct.
Who does that? I don't know. He doesn't know how to hug a man. You have to get your butt back.
You hug a woman, your butt goes back.
Isolate the penis.
Maybe you can never recover.
You don't need to be taught that. It's like an instinct, like putting your hand in fire.
Maybe you're so upset you just lost track of where his fingers was.
No, he's never been a man in my life. total penis awareness. Subconscious, of course. So, you know, she's not even the gentleman. No. Not your combination. I don't know.
How much crap do you bring? This is crazy. I thought you stayed a few days. What is this?
Yeah, let's go.
Just get all this crap out, okay?
In your hand?
No, I just had surgery. I need to go to heavy lifting.
I'm not going to
All right, now, get in the bedroom. Get rid of this crap.
Hey, good night, huh? All brand new downstairs.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Someone's howling now.
No, get the fuck in the bedroom and get rid of this crap.
It's starting to delay in about 5. Okay.
Let's go back upstairs. Let's go back. No, go back up here for 2 seconds. Then go back downstairs.
Yep. Not a good idea. Well, I couldn't stand seeing that guy sitting in the
She's been upstairs for 2 minutes. Why don't you go back downstairs, sir, Master?
I'm free cold. I see. No, is that right? Yeah. That's a rope. Hey there. Hey, Stan. Thanks for course. Telling some set of balls. Before anything, they don't unlike once. We used to work for liquid sleeve. Transport. Really? A couple months in. How's he doing? He's doing okay. He's back in Ireland. His grandfather passed away, so Michael had to go back and take care of the family. So he went back. He's got about 60 acres on land. About 65 miles outside the little place called Corey. He's got a ton of cattle, sheepdogs. I was a good grower now, which means that we selling them all. Michael's a atrocious, and he's very grateful for what you did. I just wanted to say hello to you. So, anyway, thanks, Larry.
We should go back downstairs. What? I'm just been upstairs for 2 minutes.
I feel very strongly about this. A lot of people, right? And I think it's a personal reason. They do not like that they have to have a 5-foot fence in their backyard. Yet again, government. I know very well. Don't 5-foot fence me in. Excuse me, Irma.
5-foot fence. It's a safety issue.
You don't fence a dog by a lake. We don't fence them. I vote to repeal this horrible law.
We have had a full session today. I would recommend that we take a vote. Repeal the 5-foot fence. All in favor?
Aye.
We are moving on now to Council Members Johnson and Shaw.
I propose that the council direct staff to explore
You are here. Just one. You got this incredible opportunity to get 3 or 4 or whatever. Well, a lot of people think that's kind of an outdated idea. It's like an outdated idea. Not quite outdated. 10 is a treasure that can that bench. It's like a tall guy with a basket. No, of course.
We will be voting next Thursday to rename traffic. So,
have complete deceased utility work.
Let me ask you this question. If I converted to could I make more than one? Technically, yeah, but I mean, you have to convert to
exam or something?
There isn't just an exam. The higher ups in the church, suss you out.
Yeah, it's just that I wanted to study.
It's a lot to do just that.
It's a legitimate proposition.
So you have that. In 2 days, you retire to 1 to 3. By the time you come to 3, you're ready to go back to home. It's like an educated teaching school. Country, make which means you listen. All the time.
Thank you all for your passionate exchange. I do appreciate it. Meeting soon.
Bless.
What are you talking about?
Why are you showing up looking like this? I told you we're racing with the whole box. Look at you, it's layering everywhere. So what? Why don't you come along and swear? Okay?
Councilman Ivanovich, Councilman Weinblatt, Councilman Chung.
Hello?
Role playing here, Larry David.
Yes, thank you.
Look, it's very educational and enlightening.
Yeah, never mind that.
Yes, and yours. Oh, how do you do? Your husband and I had a very nice chat.
Yeah, they have 8 children.
You have pictures?
Yeah. Yes, we do.
See some? Hey, that's a I'll see you later. Yeah, sure. You're from Salt Lake?
Yeah.
Oh, and you're so lucky.
No, you have to go. You've heard the Tabernacle Choir.
What's more beautiful than castrated boys singing?
It's so beautiful. You have to go. You have to go. Lily is so passionate about those things. I am because of the 500 kids. It ruins the aesthetics of the art. That's great because Thursday there will be long events behind us. All of it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. What?
It's gonna be a fucking nightmare, Jack. This is just fuck this shit. Shut the fuck up! This is fucking problem. Mary fucking Burgess. Yes, hurry!
This is all your fault. What? You came in penis first. We gotta get the penis back.
Just came in to hug you.
I know.
We said each other a lot lately.
It's not a male hug. There's an unwritten rule for male hugging.
There's no rules to hugging.
Who wants you to hug? Hey, what? Hug this. Charlie, give me a hug. I haven't seen you in a long time. All right. See? Look. See what's going on here? You see the separation?
Yes, we see the space.
Yeah, okay. Well, penises aren't locked in one
That's
another.
like
Okay,
enemies
get
hugging.
out of here.
That's not a hug. That's like the old-time photographer pose.
Male hugging.
I've been hugging fine. Nobody else has a
Oh,
problem.
lately, they've objected to it. They just haven't told you.
It's like he's making fucking movies. He's fucking it. This is fantastic. What's fantastic about it? Because he's getting along with the new Mary Ferguson, the one from Phoenix. How am I going to have to deal with this? Aaron is out. Sophia, Marcus, gone. Just like closer. Yeah. So then, is he going to sign this? I hope so. Larry, what is this? Where are your shoes? Why do you wash up? Wash my shoes. Are you serious? You want me to go in the sink? What, file? They get deep into the crevices that we can't get rid of. Once it's in, it's done. I mean, I could have had one shoe option. Is that any better? It's ridiculous. And your socks are ridiculous. Besides, the shoes not that much of a difference. It's like a thin shoe. It's not a shoe, it's a sock. Okay, so it's really hard. Stinky sneaker. The hard cousins from all corners. Where should we find it? Oh, that's what I'm again. Hey, Ted told me that you roped off your chair on the set. Who does it? You know who does that? Tiny Daily. Oh, I got you the scene. I remember Jack.
Yeah, fantastic. So we just took time because
Think I want to rope off? Think I want to walk down the street, have people call me and go, there's a rope? No, I don't want to be a roper. But I was forced into because Maria, Sophia, and Marcus, they kept sitting on the chair.
They knew this. They don't know that you kids got me.
A man should be respected. I have my monitor and my towels and late. She stole it.
Okay, hey, guys, are you ready to hop? Are you saying right? Or did you just watch your leg push and it's
Balls.
Cheryl is such a monster.
People always look like somebody you know. And this is
Oh! LP! Larry? Don't even tell me. Don't even tell me. I'm just going to take a guess. Mary Ferguson.
Yes.
Another Asian.
I'm going Thursday.
Wow.
So excited.
see fucking shoes. See Jewish there?
Yeah, actually. You don't wear a yarmulke. You can go without shoes.
Two days. I watched the testimony from beginning to end twice. Who's here? You read the book?
Yeah. Who's that?
You are amazing. I mean, I think the whole country was inspired by you. Your book is fantastic. Incredible. This is Larry. You know these guys, right?
Yeah, lovely house.
Really good. Of course it's nicer, but we had to have the party here for various reasons. Yeah, I understand.
graduate golf shoes.
Really gotta make a shoe out
They're cobblers. Cobblers. Really cobblers.
Hey, yeah, no, it's dry. It's not because I have a terrible relationship with alcohol. I'm a horrible person. I was blacking out gas meetings, and then my personal love, okay, I was 50 miles outside of Vegas, no pants on, in a casino. And I had no idea. That's when I realized I had to get help, so I'm in the program, which is just fantastic. And I had to acknowledge that as a higher power, you have to give yourself over. And I had a sponsor. I had 4 students and 1 arrogant. I have to go. I have to go there. Thank you for asking. God bless you, Jeff and Karen, and asking if you ever get to the situation, but thank you. And God bless, God bless. God bless. God bless.
Wow. 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 Can you believe what that's about?
I read your book. Amazing. What are you doing now? Just hanging out or?
Working on development projects. Good book title. It's really Russian. Bullshit. Mind if I use that?
Yeah.
Love it.
You know, I have a lot of confidence.
You do?
Yeah, my dad is there. How's that feel?
I just still getting used to the fact that
I've never done that over 6 years.
it's easy. It's just up there telling the truth. Is it easy? Lie. I mean, 12 good lies. How do you keep your story straight? Oh, it's nice talking to you guys.
It was really great meeting you.
See you guys in a bit.
I'll see you later.
Hire someone to clean up? Why not?
It's not my house, it's your house.
It's not Chuck E. Cheese. You don't just come in here and have a big party and leave.
On the surface. Susan, we have a moment, please. It's all yours. But can you tell Michael Johnson to be
No, not that.
the one that just called her cheese? She's not. She's like, why would you do this to her?
I was, we were having a discussion about the Mormon advantage.
You know, she can foster her.
What? She said she's not going to vote for you?
She's mad at you.
She had religious. What's her favorite charity?
Oh, very active in
Let's come back
Well,
upstairs.
Yeah.
I'll make a donation.
We'll go back
We
down.
need was talking about the kids.
We've only been upstairs tomorrow.
I'll fix this. I'll fix
So
this.
you
I
need
got
to
it.
go back downstairs
She's
because you've
very
been
unhappy.
downstairs for
It was just a
just
simple
too long,
long
man.
misunderstanding.
You should come back
Really
upstairs.
long while ago.
Claire, I do appreciate your apology.
I'd like to do something for them. I'd like to make a donation. Nobody's ever seen a donation.
A large donation like that could make a difference in so many lives.
I'm also wondering if it's possible you could do me a favor. Yeah, I'd like to have you guys together for 5 days. That's all. Great to have them. You know, a lot of people have been talking about that call. Telling you this recently is very bad people involved. Very bad hombres.
Yeah, I have no idea. What about Councilmember Yovanovich? I heard she's voting against it.
She's going to go through something.
And what about head Councilmember Ryan?
There's a lot of talk about Weinblatt's son. His father got him a job in the construction. You know what they make?
No.
Fences.
Fences, really?
Yeah, fences. It's a disgrace. People are saying it needs to get looked into.
I didn't know any of this was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's why you are so important.
I did initially feel this way anyway.
Yeah, the donation that I was telling you about, transferred out tonight. So do we have a deal? That's fantastic. This is great.
Thank you, Larry. I'm so glad you called.
Me too. Okay. Bye. This is the upstairs bathroom. Actually, the master bathroom, it's like the bathroom that the offices have. It's kind of
I'm an officer.
not in the sense.
I heard the call, Larry. I'm concerned about the call. It was a perfect call. That call was far from perfect.
No, it's perfect. Perfect call.
What you did on that call was completely improper. Let me ask you a question.
Where'd you get those shoes?
Buy the vitamin? What's that? Buy the vitamins? Yeah, I try to OD on vitamins. Would you get just better? I think it's
Okay.
I try to OD on a bottle of TRUMAN M. You know what's that? Buy the vitamins? I try to OD on vitamins. Would you get just better? I think it's I try to OD on a bottle of TRUMAN M. You know what's that? Buy the vitamins? Yeah, I try to OD on vitamins. Would you get just better?
How much is better?
You got shot before. Damn, bro. I always wanted to get shot. I always wanted just to feel it. This in my leg or something. I wanted to take something close, you know? But I always wanted to feel it. Yeah, maybe we'll take that right out. You got shot before. Forever, dude. I know forever. At least 20 years. Sounds crazy to say it like that. No, I don't need more. At least. I see why he's your ex.
How long have known you?
Forever.
How long have you had Archie?
About 8 days.
Why don't you bring him here? You don't want to risk Bobby eating him.
Yeah. I don't want to brush back by that.
Why?
Because it's a joke. I get it.
No, it's not a joke. It's a fact.
Yeah.
It's a fact. If I didn't talk, I wouldn't bring him here. Don't take any chances. What do you mean by that? I just wouldn't take a risk.
How long have you had Archie?
I'm the moon god.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because the sun is harmful and strong and powerful, and the moon is sneaky and fat. It makes me feel good. And
There you go.
are those things.
I'm the moon god.
Do you know why?
Why?
And you're a different shade of white too, buddy.
Oh, you think so?
You're as white as fucking me.
When you wear yellow,
Yeah, I can't even see you. It's like when a news guy on the green screen doing the weather wearing a green shirt. I can't even see you right now.
You know that new
And you're a different shade of white too, buddy.
I feel like you went to one savage and you took you to the
Are you gonna come?
I'm not going here.
Why?
You see,
I'm not doing that. You're scaring me. You just said it was scary.
I still was scared. So I'm not going.
Why are you going?
It's education.
I'm not going. Well, maybe I would. I have nothing against blood.
No, I'm saying no slur the game. It's not good. It's just they don't play. Can you say slur the game?
I don't think I should say that. So that you're doing these things for that word. I don't know if I should use that word. It sounds dangerous to me to say stuff you say out loud.
I feel like you look to me like you feel like
Are you making fun of her name? No. Eilish?
Hey Siri,
Don't do that.
who is barely Irish?
Is that a different person?
It's Irish.
What?
I have a speech problem.
I can tell. I'm sorry to hear that.
I can tell.
You keep having problems with your speech.
How do you feel about being Irish? I
Do you hear my daughter crying in the background?
know you got kids.
I do. 25. Do you have kids?
I don't think so.
You think so? What do you mean?
I mean, they haven't been old enough to tell me if I'm their daddy or not.
You've been taking the test and not for the dad?
I just believe that's just false information. Until the baby comes out, like, you're my daddy. Okay, now they're back.
Do you hear my daughter crying in the background?
Real TV? Say nigga right now in the camera. When you get there, fucking quick, I'm telling you, you'll be there by the fucking sundown. You be like, look at that camera there, like, yo, what's up, my nigga?
I won't be doing that. I want to be on TV and off, like, for the right reason.
Not MTV, not BET. Sure. Real TV.
I try to commit some. I try to commit some. I try to OD on a bottle of TRUMAN M. You know what's that? Buy the vitamins? I try to OD on vitamins. Would you get just better? I try to commit some. I try to OD on a I want to teach you. I want to please you. I want you to holler when you want me to stop.
Thank you so much. I just get
committed any crimes? Camera, genuinely, y'all cut the cameras off. Yeah, of course. I'm from the hood. I say everybody did.
You don't get a head space like this. No. What are you teaching?
Pills, Rob's there, whatever.
It's right. We got light after the test.
Y'all ain't got it.
What to do? You're gonna have coffee.
It might be PDC out there waiting on you.
Sit there, talk.
Like some breathing exercises.
Why?
Went away. What were they?
An offer I cannot refuse.
Today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Welcome. Oh, got to. Vanilla, yes, fine. Strawberry or chocolate? Strawberry.
I love Virgo.
That's what I have. Any milk for your tea? Yeah, sure, whatever. Half and half. I don't care, either one.
I had some Rudolph that was like
Sugar? Yes, sugar. Make it, make the tea. You would like this tea. Oh my God! Whoa! You started me inside.
this show sucks. It's just so it's just like David, we got too rich to make a believable show. If there's any problems that like a person has, you can literally just pay for the interest on your house, on your interest on your bank account could pay for all this shit. It's just he got too rich to make a good show. I can't blame him. But it's like he's got to. That's not even legal.
And you,
And this is just a dream sequence. Literally, it feels as if
The one mom shall look to the here.
there you go. And this is like a girl who like generally would pick up. It's like you got so much money, dog. And I'm sorry, even though I like JB Smooth, he's fucking a character and this doesn't make any goddamn sense. At a certain point, especially someone like Larry, you got it's literally like HBO said you need to have a black character or more black characters and you need Mexican characters. Really? Yeah. It's almost obvious to me that that's what they said. Nothing got tied up. I always do it to all these people on Reddit. This show, and it's so unpredictable. Kids, shows used to be like, there was a rhythm to them. It was like, they used to have this thing, which was amazing. NBC used to have it. I don't know if the other channels did. But it was their fall preview. It would air in the summer. Or actually on Saturday. But it would be like, oh, get ready for the fall preview for our upcoming lineup. And it would be like, oh, here's where here's what we're debuting on our channels, and these are what your favorite shows are doing, and here's some new shows that we have. And it would be like, oh, okay, cool, and that would happen in the summer, and then the show would premiere in the fall, and it was a big fucking deal, and then you'd watch it every single week, and then it would have its season finale around May, and that's just how it always happened. And there were like sweeps, and there were sometimes like things. And this motherfucker, Stairmaster, is wearing another. Anyway, so that's how it worked. But this shit of like, this isn't even a fucking show anymore. It's just like one big bastard idea. And again, it's like, dude, Larry David. Okay, what don't you like? What don't you like about this show? There's no consistency. There's no like plot consistency. The characters are terrible people. It's like nobody's that good of friends with their ex-wife. That the ex is just willing to do all kinds of shit, and then her like lover is Ted Danson, and like he's willing to do all kinds of shit. I mean, and Mary Steinberg never shows up anymore. But it's just like no. Okay, so that's what you hate the most. Well, I hate the Fat Seinfeld, which even that show was ridiculous, but still, it was funny. This one is just. So what don't you like about it? You like Larry David as a comic book? I mean, this is improv, but you can't really tell. I think he's a good. I really just like a dolphin scene, but no, it's like it's so absurd. The plot lines are absurd, and they just keep having to top themselves. Okay, so like what? Well, firstly, normally people get attached to like a set. They got really attached to Seinfeld set. Even Jerry Seinfeld says it's a comic, and it is. This is like, what part of the valley is he living in and not addressing it? That's a weird aspect of this show. That like, if you don't know, you'll be really confused as a watcher. And they're like, well, for production reasons, they can't. Like, they piss off the whole neighborhood. It's like, well, either don't piss off everybody in the neighborhood, or buy the street, buy the whole street, and say like, we're gonna take this. The value of the real estate's gonna go up. But really, just make your production quality. I understand that there's probably there's a lot to that push, perhaps. What did shows do in the past? We just have small sets, not whole houses. Are you done? Well, and that's why they just show like exterior shots usually. What else don't you like about it? It's like the actors that they use are really famous, but you don't know if that person's going to be playing themselves or playing a character. And it's like, I mean, somebody described it really well. I forget where you read it. Oh, Jason Alexander. He said, especially when Larry David is writing for Seinfeld, you have 4 plot lines that would all they'd merge at the end. And that made for a somewhat satisfying ending. This, it's like, what about, well, it's like the shit that the people complain about. It's like Jeff Gollins' character, he's just a goofball. He's having all these affairs. His wife would have, and she's so bitchy. She would have divorced him a long time ago. It's like you never see their affair, the son and the son-in-law and the daughter-in-law just getting hot, but it's unfortunate. Yo, dog, you should come back upstairs. I swear to God, somebody's gonna watch this someday and be like, dude, what is up with Ukrainian motherfuckers and steroids? What else don't you like about this show? What do you like about it? There are some aspects that are funny. They're not that many. I don't laugh like I laugh at like fucking Family Guy or something. I like it in Los Angeles, and I like seeing Los Angeles. And there's some cool aspects to it. I'm glad it's not like shot on a studio set, so I like those aspects. I like the golf scene. I like that they have a lot of cameras and stuff. But what don't you like about it? It's not even the things that I stated. I like the minutia that he has in a lot of the discussions, but because there's genius in that. But he just takes it too far. It's like he'll go crazy over a sweater or whatever, and he's going nuts over a fucking sweater. It's like, dude, you have $450 million, and it's not like they hide from that in the plot. He has lots of money. He buys like a BMW i8. It's nothing, and he buys all kinds of things. Like it's no big deal. Yet, like the amount of money that you'd have to spend on a fence around a pool, or to settle some kind of contributory negligence case, or some kind of like, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like, dude, you were married to Cheryl Hines in this show, and then you go with this lady Irma, so she's like on a board of like a city board. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. He has so much money. He's way more influential. And then, like, let's say he's like, oh, it would cost $5,000 to do this fence. So he gets blackmailed into all of these things. It's just it's unbelievable. Not like unbelievably good. It's just unbelievable. Nobody. I can see why this show doesn't. I mean, it might be really popular in the future because I make it really popular, but it just didn't catch on with normal Americans. Number one, it's on HBO, and your average American can't afford HBO. So they already think that anything HBO is like uppity Jew shit, and a lot of it is. Then, like, that should be HBO's like tagline, not home box. I know that's what it is, but it's like uppity Jew shit. Why? Because it's just basically what it is. Uncle Tommy had HBO. He wasn't uppity Jew shit, but you know what I mean. As a Jew, I can just tell you, like, it doesn't connect. Like, this show, it doesn't connect with your average American at all. How could it? Well, why don't you come back upstairs? Jesus Christ. What is he fucking doing now? Well, why don't you go back upstairs? I really want to tell Alex, I want you to just pay attention to how many times this kid comes up and down the stairs. Because it's annoying as fuck. This thing sucks. What else don't you like about it? I like hearing you bitch about shit. Okay, so he wants to be married to Cheryl Hines. Could he get her with his money yet? Like, or a version of her. Okay, fine. But then, like, she's like basically like between an 8 and a 10, and basically anything in the book. And then you're gonna go with like some normal looking girl. which is fine. She's not like bad looking lady. It's just like you were dating girls who were like 20 or 30 years younger than you are, and now you're gonna go with another person. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, and then the way the seasons are, it's like I would always hear about, oh, get ready for Curb. Curb's like premiering, and it's like, the fuck, it's February. Like, why is this a thing? And then another thing is they only have 10 fucking episodes for the whole season. I mean, maybe there's some genius in it being improv, but I can't really tell that it's improv, and I don't believe it. Susie Essman can say whatever the fuck she wants. I'm just like, maybe you yelling at him, you dumb motherfucker, that's improv, but like a lot of it is scripted, and it's just, and like, well, we get outlines for things. It's like, well, maybe if you got scripts, it would be more believable. What other things are weird? It's just like, for as much as I like JB Smooth, Larry David's character is literally the exact opposite person who would want to live with JB Smooth. He'd be like, that's the last person I want in my fucking house. And especially because he's like living in his guest house and everything, and like not like doesn't have a job, not paying any rent or anything. If Larry David's so concerned about money, he would ensure that he would be getting rent and kind of other things. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, when the show started, it was just more believable. Like, okay, you've got these like people in Hollywood basically living their life, and you're following along with them. But now it's been absurd. I don't really like Cheryl Hines' character. I think she's really pretty actor, but they just, I mean, the way that it worked, I shouldn't say I don't like her character. I don't like how they continue to have a relationship. Usually divorced people don't want to have anything to do with the other couple or the other person. And especially if that other person starts dating your friend. But it's like they're at dinner parties together and things. It's like, doesn't make any sense. The fact that it's literally like the way these shows are shot. Like Audi comes to them 1 year, like, okay, we'll sponsor his car this year. BMW comes in 1 year, we'll sponsor his car this year. Toyota comes up to him, we'll sponsor his car this year. And then like, oh, so he's got a different house every time and a different car every time. It's really not discussed. At least Jerry Seinfeld's character, he had a BMW at one time, but he had like Saabs. You wouldn't really see his car all that much. Kramer always had the same car. Kramer's apartment never changed. Jerry Seinfeld's apartment never changed. I mean, in today's day and age, you could literally make all this shit with green screens and you wouldn't know the difference. So like shooting it on location, okay, that's great. But you could make, like, that's what they should do. They should make the house look real in all the front shots, but just use a green screen. And people wouldn't know the fucking difference. And they wouldn't piss off all the neighbors. And they could have one consistent fucking house. Because like people connect to the house, people connect to the rooms in the house, people connect to, like, they think they know where things are. I mean, like, I know where a lot of things are in Jerry's apartment, basically everything. You got his fucking little office, you got that window, you got like I think on the far left you got that chair, you got a picture of a Porsche, you got his little computer with like an Apple computer which gets used once and it has like really bad like strobe light effect. I don't know what to do for strobe light. You've got like his little bookshelf or whatever with the Superman thing. That one time Kramer gets caught like, with the like making it look like he damages it. You got his bike. You don't really ever see in his bedroom except when he's in bed. You've got the bathroom open, which you never see inside. You've got like a picture on the wall that's facing this way. Like, I think O'Shea Stadium, I could be wrong. You've got his door. You got, and even people complain like that set wasn't consistent because like the hallway didn't work, and that's fine. That's like super minor push perhaps, as opposed to Larry David just being in a brand new house and not saying anything about it. I mean, I get confused. I've watched this. I mean, we binged it, and it's like I get confused. Like, whose house is this again? Oh, this is Jeff and Susie's house, but they're in a different house. And like, I just want to bitch and moan really badly right now, so I'm going to. What else don't you like about it? Well, like Susie, Jeff's so flippant about cheating on her when he couldn't necessarily get. I mean, maybe he could get some of these bitches, but like, you don't really ever see that part of it. And for Larry to be so like, oh, I'll help with the abortion. It's like, I don't care how close a friend I have. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll find out more information about this girl's abortion. Big dog, that's on you. You made some of those decisions on your own. And it's literally like Larry David he has so much money and he has basically carte blanche at HBO. He can do whatever he wants, but he doesn't have someone like Jerry Seinfeld to be like, it's just not funny or that's just not believable. So he's just doing anything he wants. And usually it would be the other side. I think that like the person on film would be the person who, or on television would be the person who would get all these ideas in his head and such. I don't think that. So I like Susie's character, but she's always pissed off for no reason. And sometimes she's really, really sweet and really, really domestic, but then other times she's not at all. They just live in this world that's like, where they're all very wealthy, but yet minor amounts of money, like $10,000 to Jeff Garland's, like, he should have just been like, okay, what else would you like? It's not like that kind of amount of money is no big deal for him if he's Larry David's manager. Larry David, when it comes to anything money, financial aid, he's just gotten to the point where he wants to make a show about himself, which is fine. But people know he has tons of money. They reference it in the show. And so it's like, why are you complaining about this fucking pair of pants you have to take back? Like, don't you know how important your time is? You should never have to take back a pair of pants ever. If you get a pair of pants, you don't like them, it's worth your time to just go buy another pair of pants. I mean, just look at things from a time perspective. I don't like the writing on the show is just terrible. You see, and here's the thing. You see executive producer Larry David, story by Larry David, it's basically created by Larry David. He just, nobody can say no to him on this shit. And it's like with the other show, with Seinfeld, there were other people there. There was Larry Charles, Jerry Seinfeld, to basically be like, this doesn't necessarily work. I mean, some of the things in Seinfeld didn't always work, but in this show, I agree with mostly everything everybody said in that Reddit. I mean, it's for the show in general. I can see why this show doesn't do well. Maybe it would in the future, but in syndication, because like each Seinfeld was like a little play. Each Friends is like a little play. That's how shows used to be. Each I Love Lucy is like a little play. This doesn't work as well. And plus, it doesn't connect to American people as well. Seinfeld, even though not everyone lived in New York, they could or like Friends, they could imagine having Friends do some of the things. Some of the people were kooky in it, but it's like you need consistent. There's something you need a consistent set. People want to know where stuff is. You need consistent characters. It's like his dad was a character. That guy died. Funkhauser died. Okay, fine. So then they just throw in Vince Vaughn, and it's like, okay, well, and I think Vince Vaughn's character is cool, but it's like it's just kind of unbelievable. So you're gonna have John Hamm, like a big actor, follow you around, and you're gonna like just in that episode where it's like I don't know, helping people take bathrooms. It's just like it's not very funny. Jerry Seinfeld's very funny, and it's like Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld when they're together, it's funny. They balance each other out. Larry David alone, without Jerry Seinfeld, gets to be absurd. And I understand they have to keep like upping themselves, but I don't think they necessarily do. This happens with shows. The shows are, I think people like them the most when they're boring and simple, but funny. When like the minutia of what happens to people on a daily basis, like on The Office, when things like happen in the office, there's just like normal shit. When shows start to get crazy or unbelievable, or things don't happen the way they'd happen in real life, it's just when is the next season of Curb Your Enthusiasm? That's another thing. Like, so it gets us back to the original topic. You used to be able to just say, okay, I could tell you that Curb Your Enthusiasm would be this fall, just like Seinfeld was every fucking year, or Friends, or Will and Grace, or any. HBO is different. I understand that, but something about HBO, they're just kind of not that smart when it comes to the. I mean, I understand that they have really good shows that are like. I shouldn't say they're not smart. They have really good shows that are like huge movies. They're like epic dramas and things like that. And you have to pay extra for them. So I get it. But they don't work in syndication, which maybe the syndication model doesn't work anymore. But I mean, it does to some extent. Okay, when is Curb season 1? People shouldn't have to do this. Season 12, which is officially renewed in August 2010, does not have a release date. It is slated to be released in 2020. However, news outlets are not the only ones reporting Curb Your Enthusiasm, and as people who work on the show have dropped some serious hints. So it's on Sundays. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like. I've never had HBO, but I don't know. I'm not gonna. HBO is a different model. So if Sunday works for them, great. Which I could see the show working on Sundays, but what I can't see it like I would say, Larry, you should have shot this thing on a green screen where people had some predictability about your life. If that would have worked, people were like, well, it wouldn't have looked correct. I'm like, dude, HBO can make Game of Thrones look really, really like fool everybody, and that's all shot with green screen. So why can't you? He's like, well, you have to understand, it's improv. And I'd be like, are you trying? To me, improv is somewhat lazy. And maybe it's the opposite. Maybe improv isn't lazy. Maybe it's genius. But and I could see that too. But okay, so it let's say it is genius to do improv. Okay, well, it doesn't mean you can't have consistent sets. Again, if I want to make the Lego set for Curb Your Enthusiasm, no one knows what the fuck that is. You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that's the house from Curb Your Enthusiasm. You'd be like, which one? But I know that I've got this Seinfeld set, and that's pretty accurate, and that didn't necessarily change. And people want that kind of connection. The Office, even fucking like almost any show. Even shows I hate. 2.5 Men, consistent. Big Bang Theory, consistent. How I Met Your Mother, consistent. Like they have consistent sets. That's very important for a show. What isn't what isn't funny about this show? Um, all the shit I named. It's just the absurdity of things. Like, oh yeah, this dog is. I could like they name like a whole bunch of like, oh yeah, I can't believe I'm watching this show thinking it's like at all realistic. Like he puts a bunch of time into a restaurant. You never hear about the restaurant again. It's like, Larry, what the fuck are you doing? You need to tie that up somehow. I'd be like, it's just lazy. It's lazy writing, is what this is. And that's what it gets to. It's like improv to me as an actor can be really can be an art form, but to me it's also just like HBO has just been like, look, Seinfeld was a hit. This has been a hit for us, but we're just gonna let Larry David do whatever the fuck he wants. And he's worth $500 million at this point. So why not let him? But what do you like about it? The fact that they golf, they do things outside, that kind of shit is cool. I mean, at least their golf, like the most consistent set that they've had is the golf course or the golf club that they have. What's another thing you don't like? All the like you have this huge amount of money. Like he has 10 times as much money as Michael as Jason Alexander. He's really worried about what Jason Alexander's tip is. It's like, dude, fucking give him $100. Like nobody's gonna fluff with that. You can easily do it. You made that in interest during this meal that you had. It would have been better if they had made the show like he had lost all the money and he wasn't able to do all that. Then all the financial plot lines would make more sense. Like, oh, I don't have the money for a $5,000 fence, so I've got to try to manipulate my way in with the council person. Because when you just have that much money, it's like it doesn't make any sense. Some of the issues that they have that he has, it's like, okay, well, aside from the money issue, I mean, that's a big issue. But all right, anything else? You like him with Cheryl or not? I liked him more with Cheryl. I liked season 1 and 2 more than probably. I mean, it's just gotten worse. I would say this show has gotten worse. And I'm probably not alone in that. What did you think about Mocha Joe's, a Spike story? The idea of it's funny, and that he actually was doing something and we followed along with something. That's cool, but like there were some elements in it that were, that's just like unrealistic. It was cool that other people had Spike stores. That was kind of funny, but what wasn't. It's just like a lot of this shit is not realistic, and maybe I'm just someone who is Debbie Downer on this stuff. But I think about shows that when they were really good, The Office did the same shit that this show did. It got absurd, it got unrealistic, but not this badly. Where what do you have to do? You have a fat friend, but what else I'm talking about? I mean, 17 years is a long time to have one storyline going. I like the Jewish aspects of it, which I can see a lot of people now liking, particularly non-Jews. But that's just part of the culture. It's like every Caribbean enthusiasm is basically the same. So I mean, you could say like, okay, well, Larry goes out to dinner, something's not right with the dinner, or something's not right with the check, or he sees some. Oh, that's another thing I don't like about it. It's like that one, just a perfect example. You're telling me that the same handyman for Hulu is also the same one at your dentist. Like that's not realistic. Like these little like coincidences are just not. I should be a television show. My mom always said that, but what she said, she'd be a stand-up comedian. She told me, if you're gonna move to California, you should try out stand-up. And perhaps she was right. But who else told me that? This is my friend Tara's mom, Miss Louise. She said I should be on the Tonight Show. That was so funny. I was just being funny in the kitchen. But at least with this show, the coincidences are just ridiculous. Seinfeld could get that way, but you could get away with that in the 90s. Today's viewer is much more, I would say generally, should be more intelligent when it comes to their watching habits and plot consistencies and things. It's like a lot of the stuff is ridiculous and absurd and wouldn't happen in real life. Like another thing, you'll find in this show is perhaps somebody will be like walking down the street, something will happen. There'll be like a blind person or a deaf person or something, and then that person will, show up 20 minutes later and have a really big impact on the show. And it's like, that's not how people work in reality. You never see them again. It's like this whole world that he's created is basically in the valley, and only the same people interact. Like, I think the show was really good when you knew when his house was consistent in the first and second season, basically. Some a little bit more. It was like you learn you learn how he lives, and then it changes. And I just think it's really lazy of HBO to either not build a set or just do exterior shots and then build a set and a set inside. I don't understand why they don't do that. Anything else? I think the vehicles are done well. Like I can't always tell when there's a green screen or when they're really driving. So that part of it is good. And I do like that they go out a lot more than they did in Seinfeld and do things. So, like there are some aspects that I do like. But Seinfeld would just be tied up much better than this show. I mean, this was the season finale. And it's like, I know I don't pay that close attention to it, but it's because it's not very interesting. That just like, it's ridiculous. It's unreal and ridiculous. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, it's like, when it comes to, people have said it before, but it's like his best friend on the show, Jeff Garland, is like here is just a stereotypical show episode. Jeff's cheating on Susie, so he's got to come up with some kind of plot, and he needs Larry's help. And Larry has lunch with Richard Lewis. Richard Lewis has some kind of new smoking hot girlfriend, and like Larry leers at her, or it's interpreted that he's flirting with her or something. There's a bill, and let's say the bill's incorrect, and they have to talk to the manager, and the manager says they'll fix it, and they don't fix it, and then they have to golf on Sunday, but they can't because it's so and so's wedding on Sunday, and then it turns out that they're going to golf anyway, and they're going to try to golf and go to the wedding at the same time, and then it just ends up being late. I mean, these are just like, that's just how the show works, and it's not realistic. So when people are like, when people talk about the show, like it's these music points, and it's just like, yeah. What else don't you like? I mean, the fact that it's improv, if they literally are like, we aren't given scripts. You have to understand, all the words that are coming to our mind are our own. We're thinking them up on our own. I just don't believe all that. I mean, maybe I'd have to see it. I'd have to watch it myself and how it's actually filmed, but it's just, there's a lot of meta in the show, and I like that. You get to see how shows are made behind the scenes. You see how networks work things. But, and if they're like, well, we don't have lines, it would be like, well, maybe that's what you need, but it's not really that. The dialogue is pretty funny generally, but the plot is just so bad. Do you like JB Smooth's character? Yeah, but honestly, to me, that's just like literally someone at HBO. I would say this to JB Smooth myself, and I think he would understand. Literally, this was just a white cartoon show, and it's like Larry didn't realize it until season 4, 106 or whenever you came in, and then they just stockpiled a whole bunch of black characters in the show, and then removed them all of a sudden and kept you. Like that's exactly how it worked. It was literally like HBO basically said, we need more minority characters in the show, which is cool. But then they make you very like unprofessional. I would say like the stuff he says is funny, but it's like I would want to see JB Smith getting a job. He's like a Kramer kind of character, but even Kramer had a bunch of jobs. JB Smooth is not necessarily like I would want to watch a show about JB Smooth. That would be better. I feel like it'd be more realistic. Then you could do more of the absurd things, I think, because he's more an absurd character, and he doesn't have all this money. Like it gets down to the fact that we have basically a billionaire here who's pissed off about an 18% tip on a bill at a restaurant. It's like that's just not realistic. Anything else? What about the politics? It does get kind of political at times. Hey, everybody's got their politics. I'm not really. I can't knock it for that. And those politics are generally pretty accurate of the people. So, but it's like I would ask HBO too, why are you writing this show? And what do you mean? Do you want people to subscribe to HBO? Yeah, that's probably what they want. Okay, well, you have like big stars on it, which is cool, but you need consistency in your plot lines. But also that it can be. Well, here's the thing too. Do you want it to go? You want it to be syndication? Seinfeld's one of the most syndicated television shows of all time. And when I was a kid, kids, there was like this segment of the evening television. It went news from 5 to 6. Sometimes, like at times, news was only 5 to 5:30, and then they'd have like extra or E or some kind, not E, but like Entertainment Tonight or some shit like that would be on. But then it got to news, like it eventually moved to local news from 5 to 6, national news from 6 to 6:30, and then they would have like Extra or Hollywood Access or some other show for like 30 minutes, and then from 7 to 8 it was Friends and Seinfeld, or Seinfeld and Friends, or some mixture, or it was like Everybody Loves Raymond and Two and a Half Men, or Big Bang Theory. But for the longest time, it was Friends and Seinfeld every single night for like 5 years. It was like that in syndication. That's why these guys made so much money. And now what is it? Oh, and then your normal television would start at 8 to 9 and 9 to 10. What changed? Well, a few things. One, we were on a really weird time zone back then, which it was an interesting thing where we wouldn't change our clocks for half the year, but we would. It was like really unique. Or we wouldn't change our clocks at all, so which was fine. But so that means for like half of the year there was an extra hour of television programming that they could schedule, which meant more advertising and things. But now what do they have? Syndication has become so expensive that now it's just like Access Hollywood and Extra or whatever those shows are. They're like or Entertainment Tonight or any of those because they're cheaper, I assume, than the others. Now, on other channels, they'll have like Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy, which is cool. Which it's all about what you're trying. If you're trying to make money or whatever, trying to save money as well. How would you do it? Well, local news sells. So 5 to 6 local news, 6 to 6:30 national news, 6:30 to 7 like some kind of Hollywood show, and then syndication from 7 to 8, and then 8 to 10. It's your normal. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, that's how it works. Sometimes it would go 10 to 11. Then what? Then you have your late local news, which is either like 10:30 or 11:30, and then you've got the Tonight Show or the Late Show that goes. I don't even know how long they are nowadays. I think they're only an hour now, but they used to be an hour and a half, or like perhaps an hour and a half. And then it would go into. So I had this 1 year of my life where my parents didn't know what to do with me when it came to employees. And I had a job. I mean, I had my own company when I was a little kid as a landscaping company, and I had my grades weren't very good. But I remember this was 1 year my grades were not good, not like that. Really good. But I got my hands on a newspaper, and the newspaper would tell you like I did what my grandfather did, but I didn't like dad did. So basically like once you're retired, you could just watch television all the time, and that's how as a little kid I was, because I like snuck a television in the room. I don't know going on whole story. Basically, I had it in my closet, and I could pull this rope and it would lift it up, so I could watch television whenever I wanted. And so my parents would be like, "You need to go study." Like, okay, I have to go study, and I would just watch television all the time. And so I had this piece of loose leaf paper, 3-hole punch, and I went from midnight to 11:30 p.m. of every single thing that was on and what I wanted to watch. So it was like I forget, like not much in the middle of the night, but like I think like starting at like 5 in the morning, I could watch cartoons like the Flintstones and Jetsons on Cartoon Network. Then it was like I don't know cartoons, and then I could watch like The Price is Right, and now this was just in the summer, and then like throughout the day, it would get into like syndicated shows. I think like perhaps like I don't know Golden Girls. I think that came later though. In syndication, but like in the nanny, I think is later too. But it would be like Roseanne and like Grace Under Fire, and like just these random shows on TBS. Home Improvement then would get on syndication, and then Seinfeld or Friends and Seinfeld, and then so I had this schedule of like 24 hours that all I did one summer was basically watch television, and um, and then getting into the Cosby Show and Cheers. Oh, and that's what it was. Then it would get into Nick at Night, and I could just watch syndicated television basically 24 hours a day. And I remember being so proud of this, like this piece of loose leaf paper. I showed my mom, and she's like, "Michael, all you're going to be doing is watching television all summer. Like, we're not going to leave it guys." Like, shit, I should show her this. And she's like, "You're also not supposed to be watching television." I'm like, "Oh shit." I know, but look at the schedule. Look at all these shows you can watch. Anyway, and that was the thing. We always had cable. We never had like HBO and that kind of stuff because those showed nudity, and my parents were not big on it. But having cable was always a standard. My grandparents had cable. My friends did not all have cable. So I remember my best friend growing up, Danny. I would always be like, and his parents wouldn't let him watch a lot of television. They would like limit it, which I completely understand. With in my case, it was like a free for all. And so I was really into shows, and he was not into shows. And then all of a sudden, he would be into a show. I'd be like, well, how the fuck did you get in that show? And he'd be like, maybe one of his brother or his sister was into it, and then he'd get into it. But he wasn't into cartoons as much or like syndicated television. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So, what was your favorite show growing up? Well, Cosby Show, but I like Seinfeld as well. Friends got to be a really big deal in school. And Seinfeld not as much, but Friends, when we were in fourth grade, Friends was a really big deal, where every kid wanted to watch it. And it was on Thursday nights that generally there was this. When I was given that USA Network had a bunch, so I had Wings. I would watch Wings and News Radio as well. That was on at like 2 p.m. and then it went into syndication. Then on top of that, when I was in college, my college friends will know this. This was like our thing, but it wasn't just even in my dorm room. It was like across the whole college and the girls' college, where I can almost name what it was. They have these hour-long blocks. So they had Yes Dear from like 1 to 2 p.m. 2 to 3 was King of Queens. 3 to 4 was like Home Improvement. These aren't necessarily all accurate, but it's pretty accurate. 4 to 5 was like maybe Friends. 5 to 6 was maybe Seinfeld, or maybe Seinfeld. 4 to 5's Friends. 5 to 6. Then it got really interesting because Sex and the City started showing their shows in syndication, and So that's an HBO show. Yeah, I have. Are you gonna watch that one or Sopranos? Sopranos. But then what? They had these hour-long chunks, and I know that like we used to watch. Oh my god, these girls and I watched so much Sex in the City. We'd watch it on TBS, and then we'd watch it on the DVDs once TBS was over. We watch it and just watch any episode, and they all worked. Um, Anything else you want to say? What would you say to Larry David? Your show sucks. I would just say you're never going to connect with an audience. Well, it's a different kind of show. It's not meant. Everyone on Earth isn't supposed to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm like they were Seinfeld and Friends, and because it's on HBO, which is like supposed to be this, higher. I mean, it's for more. It's a wealthier audience, and why is it a wealthier audience? Because you have to pay extra to get HBO, and I'll never forget. It was the series finale of Sex and the City. It was very interesting how I got into Sex and the City. It was always very taboo name because it had the name Sex in it, and so we never watched it in our house. It was on HBO, and none of my friends watched it. We were all too young, and it had the term sex in it, and it was like made it super taboo. But I remember, I would say, of any of my friends, both boys or girls, I was the first person to watch it because I watched the series finale. So sometimes HBO would do these like free weekends, and it just so happened to make one of their free weekends the series finale for HBO. So you could watch that, and I watched it, and so I saw the last episode of it, but none of the earlier episodes, and I really liked it. I was like, oh, so this is what it's about. Because I only ever hear about it. It was basically like inside the mind of a woman, which I thought was very beneficial for a young man to be able to see how women flirt, how women behave, how women think, how women act, all of those things. And so I saw the last one, but I had never seen any of the previous ones. Then I think I downloaded them or something. I was able to get them on the internet and watch some of them. And then it became, TBS started showing them, and my friends had the DVDs when I got to college. And the DVDs were a huge deal, huge deal. You'd have a floor of girls, every floor was like this, where you'd have two roommates and both of them would have complete sets of all of the Sex and the Cities. Go from room to room to room, and every single they would just have these. They were almost like books, I would say. And I would watch them with girls, and it was very normal to me to be like the one guy with like 15 different girls in a room and not feel awkward about it, just because I was very good to these girls and I was heterosexual, but I could play off, not that I was gay, but I wasn't a threat to them because I was a virgin, and no, I hooked up with 14 of the 15 girls generally into those rooms at some point. It wasn't necessarily like I wasn't a bad guy, I was a good guy, so they knew I was generally allied or a friend, so to speak. Um, and then we watched Sex with You on Sunday nights. That was a big deal. And I would go there every Sunday and do that. Is that the end of your story? No, but like that's how I got into HBO. And then so if and so HBO wants people to watch But HBO is different. I mean, like with streaming and everything, HBO is like lost a lot of its luster. Because that was the big thing before. You could watch movies on HBO before they came out on video, or before they came out on VHS or DVD. There was this huge amount of time. I'll never forget when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out. I wanted to see it so badly, and my parents generally have a lot of money, so we wouldn't go to the movies all that often. But particularly for like kids movies. So this is the deal that we basically made. Wait till it comes out on video, and if you really, really still like it, we'll rent it. But there were some movies that we bought. Very few. I would say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is the one big one. And we bought that movie, and I'll never forget when it came out. I had just started walking home from school because I lived first day of school there. And I walked home, and shout out to Noah's mom. She was like the one person who spoke Spanish, perhaps. I think she did. And I'm doing that because she's not. But basically, I didn't know a Spanish speaker until Dr. Moon when I was like nearly an adult. There just weren't a lot of Spanish speakers around the world. But I remember running home basically to get home from school. And my mom, rare occasion, would be home. Very rare occasion. And when she was home, she was cleaning a lot of times. That's the only time I remember. This one time I came home and she was cleaning the house. She'd take the day off or something like that. And I think my dad had gotten the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at the store and came home with it. And I remember watching it and loving every aspect of it and wanting to play as Ninja Turtles and loving Ninja Turtles. And watching that on VHS, that was a big fucking deal. It was. We didn't have many videos. I can tell you all the videos that we basically had. We had E.T. My parents had this like collection of videos that they had taped from like television. What were those? They were like Animal House on one. Like some of these were on multiple. Star Wars. Like Star Wars, Animal House. But I never really watched Star Wars because there were 3 of them. I think they only had 1 of them. There was this thing allegedly you could get at McDonald's. You go to McDonald's and they give you all of the Indiana Joneses for free collection. So we had all these Indiana Jones allegedly. But I never really watched them because I kind of thought they were boring because I was a little kid. So on those tapes, they had, my parents had Hoosiers, which I've never seen to this day. I think Footloose was on there. Maybe it's Flashdance, not Footloose. Flashdance. Dirty Dancing, maybe. I remember this one time, one of my mom's friends had let her borrow Pretty Woman, and I was a little kid, and I wanted to always be around my mom, obviously, and I knew my mom was watching something that like I wasn't supposed to be watching as a kid, this Pretty Woman, but I really liked the song Roy Orbison, so when I'd hear that song, I'd get out of bed, even though it was after when I was supposed to go to bed, and I'd go and want to watch it with her. What else was on there? Oh, so what other movies did you get? Batman. We had Batman 1. Aladdin. Aladdin was like the only Disney movie I never No, we had all these sing-along Disney movies. that were good. But those got we had Robin Hood, uh, Prince of Thieves, what else? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, E.T., we had tons of golf movies, or like and sports movies. Those were a big deal. We had this one cabinet that was just filled with like motivational tapes that were really good, and we had golf and sports, like sports highlights. So when we moved to this other house, we had the television here, we had all these motivational tapes here, and all these like movies down here. They were in these cherry covers, very nice. But trying to think what else we had. How about cartoons? And then I've talked about this before. My my dad got into. We had this friend of ours, Bob, who had just gone through a divorce, and we would have him over a lot. My dad and he would play basketball, and he'd come over on like Saturday nights, and we watch for like not that long, but like we'd watch. My dad would buy a video every week, not for a long time, but like he bought The Fugitive was a big one. Fugitive we watched, Speed, and Joy Luck Club for some reason, and then that stopped. Not because my dad and Bob weren't friends anymore; they were still very good friends. But Bob ended up getting married and adopting a family, and then and then he had laser discs. So we'd sometimes go over to his house. He had a big screen TV. He had all kinds of toys. He had a big screen TV. He had laser discs. He had a pool table. He had a pool. He had a lot of. I had a lot of fun in his house. Very very nice man. He had computers. He had Doom. First time I ever played Doom. First time I ever played Wolfenstein was there. But Doom was the big one. Any other things? Any other? So then I wasn't too into movies. I was into computer games. So what computer games did you have? Well, like when my dad bought the computer, he bought this like I don't know demo set of CDs where they had all these demos. So there was like a Star Wars demo. There was this game, and then some like real games that maybe I couldn't always get to work on the computer for one reason or another because I was like I don't know, 9. We had an encyclopedia that was big, Royal Encyclopedia, and Carta was big, so I got really into encyclopedias. Um, Shadowlands was a game. This one game I've looked it up before. I forget what it's called, but it's like reader, it's reading game where you go on these adventures in Magic Mountain. It's like reading to a Magic Mountain, which was a really cool game. I would play that game a lot with these elves in the mountain. And then my dad needed a scanner and he bought it for work. And he bought a scanner and Bob was gonna set up the scanner for him and he did. But he couldn't get the scanner to work. And he tried all these things, he got really frustrated. And my dad told me, if you figure out how to get the scanner to work, I'll buy you any game you want at Best Buy. Best Buy was such a huge deal when we were there. And I figured it out. And so I had my dad buy for me PGA Tour 96. So that was maybe like 10, 11 years old. And I was able to do it. Any other games that you had? Yeah, Sim City. That was a big. Sim Tower was really good. We played Sim at school. At Sim City 2000 actually. That I had. Civilization became really big. Civilization 2, I should say. Sid Meier's Civilization 2 that was a big one. And then Age of Empires, Age of Kings, Age of like all those became big ones. And then any other games you play? Yeah, I mean, then it became consoles and everything like that. But back to Larry David and all the show stuff. I mean, it's just weird the relationships that they have. Like, I don't know. As a guy, if I were Ted Danson, you just have a respect for a guy. If my wife married her mother or something, like if you called my wife to go shopping, you and I are gonna have issues. It's like, what in the fuck are you doing, dude? Go shopping on your own. What guy wants to go shopping with a girl who's married unless he's trying to hit on her or something like that? Like that just doesn't happen. To go to Barney's or whatever, because like that's just not. So even in the early ones, I was just like, oh, I don't really know how accurate this is. And for Ted Danson, like, oh, whatever. What other ones? What else did you like about this show? I don't really like the Funkhauser. I know he's dead now, but like Larry's friends are just not that funny to me. Okay, Jeff's pretty funny. Jeff Collins can be pretty funny, but Funkhauser's not very funny, and Richard Lewis isn't very funny, in my opinion. I mean, they don't make him very funny, or his improv is not that funny. His character kind of has the same storyline. It's like he has a really pretty girlfriend, and Larry makes some kind of mistake or whatever. And here's another thing. It's like Larry David's plot lines are very similar to Seinfeld's. It's like he just doesn't have any more creativity. He's kind of run out of ideas, I think. What else did I like that? I really don't like predictability in shows, and it's like a lot of times this show is predictable. Like you'll have, I don't know, maybe it's because they're not like open worlds; they're just very closed. So, and I know they have to pay for like extras and things, but it's like you won't have like everything will mean something in the show. In reality, it doesn't. Like what? Somebody will smile at somebody on the street. That doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily see that person later, but you always do in these shows. And I don't know. I don't know how long these shows are. Like what? This is the series finale. It's 38 minutes. It's like maybe that works for syndication, but it's not. Like here's another thing. Larry David, huge star, huge value, worth $500 million. He's having to beg this O'Brien kid, to play young Larry, when that kid in reality would kill to play that role. That would be a huge role for him because nobody gives a shit about fucking like I don't know. Maybe it's just I've seen a lot of television. I know Larry David has as well, and he's been on a lot of shows. And I was just like, dude, you're running out of ideas, and it's obvious. And the reason why this show would have been canceled or would have never made it had it but for Seinfeld. I think that's pretty obvious. And like it has a possibility. I watched it, and if this ever becomes something, people will really get into the show. But as of right now, you can't do this to people. HBO, you cannot tell people, oh, it's supposed to premiere in 2023. What the fuck is that? Is it gonna like again? People want predictability to some extent of their shows. They want to know. Like, here's the thing: they have 10 fucking episodes. That's not a lot of episodes. And if it's improv, okay, well, then write some fucking scripts. it's not it's not that hard to do, particularly now in an AI world. But there are only 10 episodes, so you basically wait 2 years, sometimes 6 years, for the show for 10 episodes. It's like ridiculous. There should be 25 episodes at least, like they used to have in Seinfeld, if you're going to cover half the year as at a minimum. And I don't know. I just don't think they work that hard in Hollywood on some of this stuff and show business. I mean, they don't realize it's like, the more episodes that you have, the more syndication you can sell. And I mean, because there are so many writers and like everybody needs their palms greased, and that's the unfortunate thing. If you were to just say, give writers a room and say, okay, write me 52 scripts. I mean, this is the way that it should fucking work. Really. I would be like HBO. If I were the head of HBO, this is what I would say. Nobody gives a shit about what we do on this goddamn channel. And all we do is put together these massive shows, which is fine, but they're unpredictable and nobody really like pays to tune in for some of our shit. What we should do is have a show that shoots 52 weeks a year. Or they air 52 weeks a year. And now that's a show where you would have consistency. So instead of it being even like there's a drop off, I mean, even in network programming where you'd be like, oh, now it's the summer and it's just going to be reruns. Shows should just go year round. The NFL should go year round, I think, as well, and other sports. But particularly, they just need domes and shit, and they could do it. But particularly television, 52 weeks a year, or maybe not 52, but 40. Give it, like, have it be significant. And then what? Well, then people will really get into a show. It'll be almost religious to people because they'll have something to do every single week. Watch your show. So if I were doing the show, I'd be like, okay, well, they're going to say, that's a lot of production. And I would say, especially in today's day and age with AI, it's not that hard to do at all. But at least from a network perspective, put something on every single week. There should be some show. I'm trying to think of any show that is like this. Like Meet the Press, I guess, but that's a different kind of show. Where they have one episode every single week for a whole year. I mean, that's a different kind of show, but like 60 minutes is like that, I guess. But that's the thing. Those shows, well, they're the longest fucking running shows in American history. So why the hell wouldn't? I mean, there's a reason, because they're so goddamn consistent. People will say, well, that's not the model we use. Well, too fucking bad. You should have 52 shows a year, or whatever the amount of weeks are in a year, and then people will really get into your shows. And another thing is these executives cut these shows too quickly. Particularly some shows where people really like. I mean, they've become cult classics like that Firefly and those shows. Like, they're huge followings for some of these shows, and even like decades later. And it's because some executive didn't like it and they pulled the plug on it. It would be like they don't give these people enough creative freedom. So it's like, look, you don't have to worry. If you have bad ratings your first season, that's fine. Seinfeld had bad ratings the first season. It didn't really have good ratings up until fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh season. And then it became the most massive television show in American history on television. It wasn't the biggest show, but it was at the time, during its time it was. So I would say you need to have a show every single week, and don't change the time and don't change the date. That's why news radio didn't work, because they kept changing it. Like Joe Rogan always says, it was a really funny show, it was a really well written show, but they changed the time and date all the time. And so and that's the thing, particularly with people they have busy lives, but maybe they're not as busy on Thursday night as they were on, you know, Wednesday night. But if you change around the date, people were working Wednesday or Thursday, whenever. You can't. That's what these shows do. If they change what date, and that's not very beneficial because people won't change their whole schedule around for their television needs, and also because people can DVR things now too, and stream it. But huge scraps. It's like streaming has created this this monopoly of all this media where people can watch anything they want. So someone like HBO, you don't have any appeal to the common person. So what would have an appeal is 52 weeks a year. Just we're gonna have 52 of these shows, and that would be very exciting to people. Now there have been shows, and I'll talk about more in the future probably, but like that Watching Ellie, which was Julia Louis Dreyfus' show. They always say that Zucker came up with the idea for the clock, but we'll say her husband came up with the idea. But it was literally, it showed you 22 minutes of her life, and it was shot in real time. And you can do a show like that, and it doesn't necessarily, you know, like, at the end of the day, I don't think these people are working that hard. They're not working 40 hours a week. They're taking lunch. They've got, you know, press tours to do. But it's not that hard. I would say 52. You need a show. If it were HBO and you want people to really watch your show, you're gonna have a show. You're gonna shoot 52 of these things, or at least one per week. So what does that mean? See, here's the thing: these people don't want to do it. The actors don't want to do it, and I know it's a lot of work. But like, you can have shit in your ear. You don't have to study lines anymore. You can have cue cards or teleprompters. I mean, there's all kinds of shit. This isn't like Broadway. Like you and then people have no show's ever done that. But once you do, you notice the shows that last are consistent. They're like the Tonight Show. It's on every single weekday night, and it's like Saturday Night Live. It's on every fucking Saturday. It's Meet the Press. It's on every fucking Sunday. It's 60 minutes every Sunday night. If it's Sunday night, it's 60 minutes. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. It's like you can't say that about a lot of shows because all these network executives have fucked them all up. But they would, especially with AI now, and people won't be able to tell the difference with shows. It's like you shoot a few of them and then have AI do the rest of them, but have 52 weeks of content. And then what will you have? Well, then it would be a really big show because people would be like, "Oh no, there's a new episode every single week, a new series, a new sitcom every single week." You can always then to me, HBO has something. What HBO does now is like they put all this work into a series, but there aren't that many episodes of it. So people literally get HBO for a little bit and then they cancel their subscriptions. And that's their issue. But if you have a show that literally is always new, you're going to keep your subscription, which I think is pretty brilliant. So, that's the issue with HBO. They get a show like Chernobyl. Well, they had Game of Thrones, and they tried to use Chernobyl to get people to continue to watch. But it's I don't know, maybe half of the people continue to watch. If you had something that goes the whole year, then people will necessarily want to have those kinds of and it doesn't necessarily have to be HBO. Showtime could do this. Stars could do this. Those kind of television channels could do that, but people want content, and it's just like, there's a lot to do. There's the internet, there's going out in the real world, there's social media. If you want to draw people to whatever you're doing, then you need to ensure that you have a lot of content out there. And to get people connected, it will become like religious if you have something every single week and it's always a new episode. And I mean, Saturday Night Live has somewhat become that. It's not always a new episode, but it is always Saturday night. And at times, Saturday Night Live in American culture has been somewhat religious, but it has been a phenomenon, particularly when it comes to politics. Is it now? Fuck me. I can't tell you. Every generation will say this. Saturday Night Live has gotten so shitty, but in my day, it was great. And people will say that. And we look back on things with rose-colored glasses. But I can remember when I was a kid, I would watch Saturday Night Live with my Uncle Tommy, my mom, my Aunt Lori, my cousins. My dad would have always already gone to bed, which was wonderful, because he was always kind of angry about something. And we would watch it, and it would just be the funniest fucking shit of all time. And then I'd watch it with my friends. We'd stay up and we'd watch it, and it was just so hilarious. And then what happens is you have these really talented individuals, and then they leave, and then you get new people, and it takes time for them to get that. Well, okay, so remember, The Simpsons. The Simpsons is a show. It's always on Sunday night. They haven't changed that in 30 years. And it's it's like the most consistent show. I would say that's like almost sitcom. And people say the same shit. It was better in my day. It's not any good anymore. But with a show like that, they can create new ones indefinitely. Oh, what's this person saying? Hey, Doc. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Bro, what are you doing with your life? Anyway, are you done? No, I would say particularly with cartoons, very easily they could have a new cartoon every 52 weeks. Really easily. I could go to ChatGPT right now and say, write me, it would take me an afternoon, but I could get you 52 30-minute episodes very easily, and they all be really funny, based off The Simpsons or based off of, they'd all be really funny. And then I just have to and I don't know, then it's just about creating the art behind it. But then, you've got 52 of these. I don't understand why network executives don't do this. They've realized that, look at the ratings, look at the Nielsen ratings, and they've just plummeted. Yet, nobody says to these network executives, you need to change your model. You can't do what you did in the 1950s and 1960s and 1970s and 1980s and 1990s. You have competition now. It's called streaming. It's called the internet. And, I think that Fran Drescher's doing a really great job for setting up this. But I would say to her, the model has changed. She's like, I know it's changed. That's why we're trying to get money for actors. And I would say to her, unfortunately, shows that the model has changed. What does that mean? You need to bring something more to the table than just 24 episodes over the course of a year of a sitcom, because Netflix can just drop that very easily and get people really excited about it. Here's another thing too. Netflix and all that shit is getting very expensive. when I was a kid, kids or whatever, Netflix wasn't a thing. Then when I became in college, it was at least like DVD by mail. And then when I even got into it, it was like $5 a month. And now it's like $20 a month. And I'm sure at a certain point it'll be like $100 a month. People won't, the average person won't be able to afford it. And um, but I would say the Fran Drescher, residuals aren't working. I know that you want residuals, but like that's why people are, I'd be like, yeah, it paid for your house in Malibu. And that's really nice. But you got really fortunate. Most people don't have that type of payout and they're not currently still getting it. What and basically the internet killed all that. Because if I want to watch every fucking episode of The Nanny, I can very easily on here and not give you a dime. What you have to realize is like music and entertainment has just become big for people to be able to sell things, to be spokespeople for things. That's where you get checks. That's where you can get some money. So I would say instead of residuals, and maybe you want residuals in the form of stock. That's what I think. She's saying we want residuals in the form of dollars, but because of inflation and things, that changes your whole strategy. I mean, if you say like we want uh, I don't know, $1 for every DVD sale. Well, a dollar, the power of a dollar can change. If you say, well, we want 1% of every time that this show is streamed. Well, you don't necessarily control the these streaming services to be able to say how many times that was really viewed. It's unfortunate, but that's not publicly disclosed information. Maybe it should be, but it's not. So, and I think it should be. Like, back in the day, you used to be able to look at Nielsen ratings and be able to say, look, maybe it's not 100% accurate, but you know, here's what we had a share of American television audiences, and this is why this show is worth it out. As of now, it's not that way, and I'm just fine with it. And maybe someday somebody else will listen to it. Oh, he's right, or I don't know shit. I think she's doing a really good job. I was really happy. I'll never forget where I was when I heard that she was going to be the head of it. I was sitting right in my car, and I remember reading a letter that I wrote to her. I read it. I read a letter to her right when I heard that happened. I had it in my car. Anyway, I've been driving around and it's actually doing a really good job. And I think she is. She's up against huge macro. And I would say as well, she's a person of substance. Not substance. She's a high wealth individual. But like many of the people on that show are not. Let's just take her show for instance. Like the kid actors on that show, they're not making like they're. That's why I think there should be a fund for child actors. Because it's like, wait, you want to tell me you were Kenny on the Cosby Show? What do you want to do working here? Like, there's a big pushback when people have that kind of issue. They don't have medical insurance. It'd be like this: if you have children actors on your show, there's some kind of fund that takes care of their medical and dental and vision for the rest of their lives. Because it's not fair to those kids. You're taking away their childhood, and you're also jeopardizing it. If they don't become like super successful actors, now it's actually a negative. It's detrimental to their careers. Now they go to college and it was like, oh, well, you were so and so on that show. Well, that's cool and all. I mean, that's neat, but it's like, what have you done for me lately? Are you still an actor? No. Well, now you want to go and be, a coder. You want to be a project manager. Okay, fine. It's not necessarily beneficial. I think that there should be a fund for child actors. I'm very adamant about that. I talked about it previously. But I would say as well, I would say to Frank Drescher, the industry has changed. That when you were a little girl, or any people, like you could say, I want to be an actor, and that could get you enough money, perhaps, to be very wealthy someday. In today's day and age, particularly with AI, it's just not going to be that way. Maybe a few people might be able to say that, but the far majority won't. You're going to have some kind of backup. The backup used to be you wait tables and hopefully get your big shot. But now it's not. Very few people have those types of opportunities. But I think they should get paid more. So the union minimum should be much higher. And residuals should not necessarily, it should be through staff. So what does that mean? If you're on the show, you get, instead of a residual check every quarter, you would just have been given stock. And you hold on to that stock for as long as you want, and that stock will eventually gain, you would hope that it would gain value. Generally, all the stocks have of these major networks and production companies. And if you want to sell your stock, that's fine. It'd be like selling your residuals. But then that stock is, you're tied to the company. So you're part owner of the company. I mean, technically. So it does show some ownership of. So what does that mean? It means that, like, these people are up against Netflix and Hulu and all these others. Instead, it would make them an ally with them. They'd be happy when Netflix is charging more, because that means that their stock might get back, improved. But it's not currently done. I should be stuck. Are you done? No, I'm still pissed off at Kirby and pissed off. Why? Because it's like, when's the next season? Oh, we don't know. Well, it's just so unpredictable. Why the fuck do you want me to be a viewer? It's like, I'm not going to do it on your time. I'm doing it on my time. So, this bullshit, and I've heard this for years. This is how Crazy Enthusiasm works in a lot of these shows. It's like, no, it should not be that way. You could go with my idea of every single week, but I understand if you can't do that, particularly with actors, but you can easily do it with the cartoons and 3D animation and stuff. I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know why they're so set on, like, oh yeah, you got 24 episodes. Like, you can do more videos every movie. That's crazy. What the fuck, man? It's literally like these network executives got into these